Okay, very good. All right, I'm starting then. Okay, good morning, all participants and panelists. Thank you very much for joining us today. We would like to organize this closing event as a physical event, but as you know, this year, the situation after COVID outbreak forced us to turn this into an online format. As you probably know already, online events are challenging enough. So therefore, I'm inviting everyone to help us today by interacting with panelists and attendees throughout the event in ways that I'm going to explain very soon. So the aim of this webinar is to bring people who are interested in the conservation of the Mediterranean seabirds, and particularly Yellow shearwater, and present the results from the LIFE Archipelago Garnia project. Archipelago Garnia project is funded by the European Union through LIFE funding, which is a funding for the environment and climate actions. And the project focused on a single and threatened endemic seabird species, the Yellow shearwater. And today we will be hearing more about the project, how the project contributed to the conservation of this endemic seabird in the Maltese Islands. But we have much more than just the project results. So you will be also hearing presentations on the seabird conservation in general, and also a history of seabird conservation in Malta. And we have several welcoming talks as well. So the day will be opening with the welcoming talks from project co-financers and project partners. And these talks will be followed by some keynote talks on, as I mentioned, seabird conservation and also history of seabird conservation in Malta. Then the following session will focus solely on the project and will be presenting the results of the project with highlights. And finally, we will share the concluding remarks and close the day. So as I said, this meeting is being held in the webinar format. This means it's more like a show for attendees, where attendees can see a shared screen with the presentation and hear the panelists speaking. But of course, there are ways, a possibility for attendees to engage with the panelists and also organizers. If you want to ask a question throughout the event, attendees may use question and answer section to type your questions. Unfortunately, we are not going to be using raise hand feature for speakers to prevent any delays. And the questions that you are typing in the Q&A section will be then directed to the panelists by session moderators. You can also use chat section to send messages to either to panelists or to all attendees and interact with them. So please enjoy the day and do let us know if you have any comments, any feedback, and any questions. Welcome to LIFE AG webinar.
Video. I need video. Good morning, everyone. This is Nathaniel, Communication Manager at BirdLife Malta. As Dilek said, we would like to welcome you for today's closing webinar for the LIFE Archipelago Garnia project. So in this first session, until around 9:45, we are going to listen to short messages by representatives of all the partners in the project, and also from the Honorable Minister for the Environment, Climate Change and Planning, Dr. Aaron Farrugia. As we all know, the ministry, the government, is the co-financer of this project. I will be just narrating some short notes about the partners and their involvement in this project, and then I will give the word to our first 4 speakers who will be doing introductory welcoming talks. So as you all know, BirdLife Malta was collaborating with these partner organizations to fulfill the project objectives. RSPB from the UK, which is our partner, the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, Transport Malta on a local level. Those are the 2 main Life Archipelago Guinea project partners, and then the Ministry for the Environment as co-financer of the project. And I am very happy this morning to welcome the Minister for the Environment, and then we'll have Captain Fritz Farrugia, the Deputy Chief Officer and Deputy Harbour Master on behalf of Transport Malta, Lee Locke on behalf of RSPB, he's the Senior Species Recovery Officer for the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, and then obviously the final word in this first welcoming session will be going to Mark Sultana, our CEO at BirdLife Malta. So the RSPB is one of the world's largest nature conservation NGOs and BirdLife partner, as I said, in the United Kingdom. The RSPB has a long tradition in projects and therefore expertise in island restoration, species recovery, and eradication of alien invasive species. Their main part in our project was a feasibility study for the eradication of rats and other alien invasives on Comino and Cominoto, with the aim to improve the reproductive success of the seabirds on Comino, which is an islet in the Maltese archipelago, and to restore the natural habitat of this bird sanctuary and Natura 2000 site. The whole project has been planned with support from experts in seabird conservation, including staff from the RSPB. Transport Malta, our local partner, contributed to this project directly on a local level. Their role was to support the team in assessing the disturbance from maritime activities, commercial boat activities and bunkering to the breeding yelcons, and mitigate this disturbance through new policies in the form of notice to mariners. Together with the Armed Forces of Malta and the Administrative Law Enforcement Unit of the Malta Police, Transport Malta's Sea Enforcement Unit was also continuously responsible for informing the boat owners and the boats in the areas not to cause excessive noise such as loud music that would disrupt the habitats during routine patrols. The Ministry for the Environment, as I said, co-financed the Life Archipelago Guinea project. In fact, the project was co-financed by a number of organizations. 60% were generated by EU funds, 25% from Maltese government funds, and 5% from the RSPB. BirdLife Malta financed the remaining 10% of the project. So that was a very short overview of the partners and the main co-financer of our project. And now I would like to declare this part open by welcoming virtually, obviously, this morning, the Minister, the Honourable Minister for the Environment, Climate Change and Planning, Dr. Aaron Farrugia. Let us hear his welcoming speech.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this webinar this morning. You know, I'm 6 months into this job, so I'm still on a learning curve. Even though I had plenty of meetings with Mark and Daryl, even till 2 days ago, where we discussed a number of projects which they plan to organize in the coming weeks and months. You know, as I said, I'm still on a learning curve because in my previous role as a junior minister for European funds, gave me the possibility and the opportunity to understand better how important European funds are, even for organizations such as BirdLife. We know that BirdLife and similar organizations tap into government funds, but even more through a number of European funds, starting with the LIFE program, which now will move into a new programming period, 2021 to 2027. So I would like to thank you for the work you're carrying out, especially Mark and Daryl, because I meet them quite often, and I know how at heart they have this sector and the plans they have for the coming weeks and months. You know, government support is key. I know that, and they have it. With them, we are planning a number of projects. Until 2 days ago, we've met in person at the ministry, and we addressed a number of projects they are planning. They're also taking care of our nature sites, a number of them, and we are also now discussing a number of possibilities of having them managing even more sites in the coming months and years. As I've said, biodiversity is also key. Right, on the 1st of July, the German presidency kick-started. It's a 6-month presidency, and biodiversity is high on the agenda of the German presidency. But we are doing our share too right now. For example, just yesterday morning, we've launched the Malta's at least National Environment Strategy till 2050. That's 30 years from now. So quite ambitious, I would say. We have also started a public consultation on light pollution guidelines, which were welcomed by the many. And we're moving from a linear to a circular economy too. And that is quite positive also when it comes to the sector you are representing. But above that, we're also removing alien species such as the crayfish. There's a project going on which we've announced a few weeks ago. And we're protecting endemic species too, such as the Maltese abru. I'm well informed about this LIFE project, the Archipelago Guarnea project, which has been co-funded by government itself through a €330,000 co-financing. And this is important for us, not just to assist and help organizations and NGOs such as BirdLife Malta, but for government, this is crucial and key too. Let me tell you why. In the first place, we are tapping into each other's expertise. So we're getting expertise from abroad, but we're also sharing our own expertise and know-how. But second, and this is very important for government, such projects, the information which comes in, will feed into government policy. And that is crucial to plan ahead in the coming weeks and months, especially when it comes to the rich biodiversity which we have on our islands. I am well informed about the success achieved through this project in reducing local threats to breeding the yellow Kinshire waters. And I'm informed that such threats come from rat predation, light pollution, and disturbance of the marine activities, amongst others. I know that this project is a follow-up to other 2 previous successful projects, also financed by the LIFE program on Maltese seabirds. So allow me to close off my address to you today by congratulating BirdLife on the successful completion of this project. I encourage you to look ahead now that the programming period with the EU funds for 2021-2027 is being finalized right now. Just next week, the heads of states, including the Maltese Prime Minister, will meet to finalize the 7-year multi-annual financial framework. And I know quite well that the LIFE program will be even more assisting and helpful to organizations such as BirdLife. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this webinar, and I wish you success in the future projects you are planning to have.
Thank you, Minister Farrugia. That was the Malta's Minister for the Environment, Climate Change and Planning. A short bio for Minister Farrugia. He is a member of Prime Minister Roberta Bella's cabinet, having joined in early 2020 after having served as Parliamentary Secretary for European Funds and Social Dialogue in former Prime Minister Joseph Muscat's cabinet. He was elected as a Member of Parliament in Malta in June 2017, is a member of the Cabinet of the Government, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and head of the Maltese delegation in the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean. As an economist, Minister Farrugia worked before as an advisor to the Maltese delegation in the Committee of Regions and later on as CEO of the Malta Freeport Corporation. So I would like to thank, on behalf of all participants, Minister Farrugia. I don't know if he will be with us at least till the end of this session. I know he has other appointments, but if he will be with us till the end of this session, we can also take some questions at the very end of this session before we move to the second session on conservation of seabirds in Malta and beyond. I will now go to the next speaker, representative of one of the two project partners, which is Transport Malta. I will be speaking to Captain Fritz Farrugia, who is Deputy Chief Officer and Deputy Harbour Master within the Ports and Yachting Directorate at Transport Malta, Master Mariner by trade, having served in the Merchant Navy, in particular on board LNG carriers for part of his adult life. Captain Farrugia is currently employed with the Ports and Yachting Directorate, whose prime remit is safety of navigation and the preservation of good order in Maltese territorial waters and harbours. I now invite Captain Fritz Farrugia to give us his welcoming speech. Before, I would like to remind you all that if you have any questions, as the project manager Dilek mentioned at the very start of this webinar this morning, you can just go into the Q&A section and write there your comments, and then they will be directed towards those who can respond to your queries. So, Captain Fritz Farrugia from Transport Malta, coming up next with his introductory speech. Captain Farrugia.
Good morning to all. I hope you can see me and I hope you can hear me. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Todd, for the introduction. As you well said, I currently work for Transport Malta, in particular the Ports and Yachting Directorate, which is one of the many directorates within Transport Malta. And as noted, our prime remit is safety of navigation and the preservation of good order. As project partners, I have been on board and been in discussions with various members of BirdLife Malta for these many years. I pretty much joined Transport Malta roughly at the same time as Transport Malta becoming project partners in 2015, and have almost from the very start closely followed the work being carried out by BirdLife Malta. As we have done in the past, even before this, we are in a position of promulgating certain information which relates to mariners, which in this case is valuable because of the impact vessels, local vessels in Malta can have on avifauna and Malta, and have been working with primarily Dilek on trying to further improve and assist BirdLife Malta in obtaining its objectives, that is the protection of the avifauna and trying to mitigate all the risks related to the successful breeding of these birds. There have been some high points, there have been some low points, there have been periods where we have been quite busy with respect to our collaboration. There have been periods where things have not been as efficient, as smooth. Example, the recent COVID local or rather international pandemic, which kind of limited the work that could have been done by the partners and all other people involved. One of the major things done as co-partners with BirdLife Malta was assisting BirdLife Malta with drafting their proposal, which highlights the risks around the Maltese Islands. Dilek and I have had many meetings to discuss areas where things can be improved. The proposal was finalized. The proposal was also shared by the various entities, including ERA and the ministry itself. And we are currently in discussion with ERA, the ministry itself, and of course BirdLife, to see how we can introduce additional notice to mariners to further assist BirdLife Malta. We remain at BirdLife Malta's disposal, of course, to carry on the good work we have done so far. There have been some barriers, there have been some areas which require clarifications. These are things which we are still currently discussing. And we do hope that in the very near future, in the coming weeks, we can finalize on these and be able to move ahead. From my end, I have nothing further to add. I will be staying on the webinar until the very end. So if there's anyone who would like to ask questions, be it directly or through the Q&A, I will be very happy to respond. I am available 24/7, such is my job. I believe everyone should have my email and my mobile number. So if there's anything you'd like to discuss in person or confidentially, I'm also available. Thank you again for the opportunity, and let's keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Farrugia. Let's go to our next speaker. As I told you, we will be fielding questions at the very end of this first session, depending on time. We're good on time, it's 9:24, so we can go immediately to the next speaker. I kindly ask you to group any questions together, and then we'll take them at the very end. Please use the Q&A function on Zoom to write any questions you may have, and also indicate to whom you want to address your question, and then we'll try to provide the answers. Our next speaker represents our other partner in this project, which is our SPB in the UK. Lee Locke is Senior Species Recovery Officer at the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, our SPB. He has worked for our SPB for over 25 years in various conservation roles, and he's now responsible for developing our SPB's projects and programs for coastal and wetland birds, including managing a small team of technical experts on island restoration, including Karen Varnhem, who has advised us on this project. His involvement in our Life Archipelago Guarnia project began by being invited to Malta to discuss the potential project in 2014 at initial stage, and as he will explain now in his introductory speech, he's really delighted to have been involved in this wonderful project from the start. But I will let him explain more. Lee, good morning, and the word goes to you.
Good morning, Nathaniel. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and can you see the presentation?
So far, no.
Okay.
Just need to press share screen, obviously.
Yeah.
We don't see you yet either. Okay. You have started. Okay, that's it. Good.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay, up to you then.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Yes, so delighted to be, the RSPB is delighted to have been invited by BirdLife Malta to join this project, and has very much enjoyed working shoulder to shoulder with a really good project team over the last 5 years. We also really appreciate the support of the Maltese government as supporting the project, co-financing, and particularly the role of Transport Malta in working on the emerging issue of light pollution. And I think at the end of this project, we can reflect on a really excellent partnership that's delivered successful project outcomes. It's built capacity and expertise across the whole project team. But I also think it's good to think about where the project sits within an emerging, or not emerging, an evolving program of seabird conservation across the Mediterranean. So at the heart of the project, it's recovering some of the most threatened bird species in the world. Maria later on will say more about the threats faced by seabirds around the world. The Yelkouan, Scopoles, shearwaters, and Mediterranean stork petrel are all entirely restricted to the Mediterranean and are all major beneficiaries of the work that's been carried out through this project, through very targeted actions in Malta. But I think we can also see that the effects and ripples that come out of the work from Malta will influence what happens elsewhere. And I think we can see that through 3 different routes. Firstly, we've already heard very eloquently from the Maltese government how well BirdLife Malta and the Maltese government are working together. We're seeing the management of seabirds becoming integrated into the wider management of the coast, which is dealing with a whole range of issues such as invasive species, waste, human disturbance, persecution, light pollution, and at-sea issues like bycatch. So the beautiful Maltese coastal landscape is under enormous pressure, but it's so encouraging to see that strong partnership between BirdLife Malta and the government looking to resolve these long-term issues. We're also seeing how we're getting more support from the public, and I think if you can get the public to support work for a bird that they will barely see, that's quite a boring brown bird living in caves that comes out at night, you can get support for pretty much anything. So great work on that front, and I think it builds long-term support for for seabirds and the conservation of their environment. And thirdly, I think we're seeing the accumulation really of decades of work on seabirds in Malta, but the project has added to that in terms of building the knowledge and expertise within BirdLife Malta, and also more widely within Malta, so that the influence of the BirdLife Malta team, and I think Malta as a nation, in terms of influencing the wider Mediterranean work, is strengthened and grows. And it puts Malta in a really sort of prime position as an influencer for what happens in the wider world. So in summary, I think we can see how a project such as this has had a major impact at that specific site level and at the national level for those threatened species, but the long-term legacy of the project will be felt much more widely, impacting across the Mediterranean and globally in terms of new knowledge, lessons learnt, and the impact that the work can have on this most threatened group of birds. So once again, thank you very much to BirdLife Malta for inviting the RSPB to play a small part in this. It's been terrific. And I think certainly we can take much from this experience within RSPB to benefit our seabird work in the UK and around the world. And good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for your introduction. We will now go to our last speaker in this first introductory session, who is Mark Sultana, our CEO. We all know obviously Mark, but for the benefit of all of you, and I would like to welcome on board new participants who have just joined in the last few minutes. We're around 50 people in this webinar, which is a very good number. So Mark Sultana is BirdLife Malta Chief Executive Officer. He has been a bird enthusiast since a very young age, being an active youth member of the Malta Ornithological Society, MOS, back then when it was still the Malta Ornithological Society, and then became eventually BirdLife Malta. Living in a highly populated small country with a culture lacking the needed respect to nature, Mark participated in various nationwide campaigns and protests to bring a positive change in both legislation and long-term culture change. He remained active for a number of years, but his biggest input was definitely when he acted as BirdLife Malta's main spokesperson during the spring hunting referendum held in 2015. In October of the same year, so October 2015, for the past a bit more than 4 years, Mark has become the CEO of BirdLife Malta. Good morning, Mark. The word goes to you.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Can you hear me, Nathaniel? So, yes. Good morning, everyone. I would have wished that we were all meeting together today and also have the panic mode when we all decide to take a group photo together. So it is with great pleasure, nonetheless, to address you today, and allow me also to say with an element of pride to celebrate the coming of the closure of the EU Life Archipelago Garnia. Malta, being an archipelago of islands, has always been very relevant to seabirds. And this is something which BirdLife Malta recognized at the early years. More than 50 years ago, it started with studies with these pelagic seabirds at a time when the Scopolis was still known as the Cory shearwater and the Yelkowine still identified as the Manx shearwater. And of course, BirdLife Malta had also a different name, the Malta Ornithological Society. And these early studies were fundamental and instrumental for BirdLife Malta to eventually also go for bigger projects such as those funded by the EU. And I have to therefore thank the efforts of the pioneers in seabird studies in Malta. And of course, I needless to say, great respect to also my father, who was one of them, but also John Borch, Richard Tagliazamit as well, and many other birders. I'm happy that John Borch is also joining us today, and will be also giving a presentation later on. So we had 2006 to 2010, we had the EU Life Yelko Shearwater, and then we had also another one following it exactly from 2011 to 2016, the EU Life Plus Malta Seabirds. And these projects have placed Malta at the forefront of seabird research and work in the Mediterranean, and paved way for massive conservation actions, such as the first of the Maltese marine SPAs being designated. We were pioneers in using technology device to also track these birds, something that also led us to understand the importance of international partnerships to safeguard biodiversity. And conservation action successes like proper predation control and habitat management that saw numbers of seabirds rise year after year, proving that threat mitigation measures give these birds a better chance to prosper. This project, the Life Archipelago Garnia, once again proved how partnerships between stakeholders is crucial. Many might ask, why would an entity such as Transport Malta feature in a project about a rather strange monocolored seabird that comes to our coast in darkness and leaves before sunrise? And the answer is clear, because human activity affects biodiversity, and biodiversity's well-being indicates our human well-being. And therefore, it is important to understand that birds are indicators of how we are going to survive in this earth that we live on. Needless to say, they have massive challenges that could be also challenges for birds, for humans. And therefore, we can mention the issues of microplastic, we can mention also the issues of light pollution. And light pollution is something which for us is very important. Nocturnal birds like these seabirds, is important for us also to understand how the Ministry of Environment has now taken on board the recommendations coming out from this project, and have also now drafted the first guidelines, which are now waiting for public feedback, to then eventually have a proper policy about light pollution on this island. And this I consider another success for the project and another success for the Maltese Islands. And therefore, I have to thank the ministry for taking such a bold decision, along with the Environment Resource Authority and of course the Planning Authority. And now that I have started with the thanks, I have to continue with thanking Transport Malta and RSPB for their continuous support in this project and input. Their teams have been very, very cooperative. And yes, there are challenges, there are areas where we could have worked definitely better, but these are things which we can learn on and embark for the future with more courage. Another thank you, of course, goes to the EU Life unit, who saw the importance of this project and funded it. And of course, the monitors appointed by the EU, who have visited us regularly and also kept us pretty much on our toes. As I said already, and as you heard already, the Ministry for Environment, Climate Change and Planning has co-financed this project. So again, my thanks to them. And then allow me to also thank my staff. It is a time where we have to look at each other and pat ourselves at the back. You more than me. I am very proud to have a team like you. You are a team which have not only worked together during these years for the benefit of BirdLife Malta and the future of birds, but also to show how we can get change in our country and possibly even in the Mediterranean basin for the benefit of biodiversity. And looking at the future, I am now very confident that with the local support, we will do a direct and effective afterlife plan. So the work does not stop here. I'm sorry. Being a CEO of an NGO actually eases the pressure on me to actually demand things, including from the government. And I have to take the opportunity, especially if the minister is still listening to us, that it is high time that Malta has also a solid seabird marine team. And BirdLife Malta has now proven year after year and tens of decades of years that we are serious in this matter and that we can contribute locally and also internationally. We have helped ERA and the government meet its obligations in reporting, such as the recent Marine Strategic Framework Directive reporting system. Finally, one last thing from my end, and I will leave you to continue with the webinar, is some good news for this special bird of ours, the Yellow Coin Shearwater. We have just got the news a few weeks ago that we now have another EU Life project starting from September, specifically on the Yellow Coin Shearwater, but also on the Balearic Shearwater. We have massive partners across Europe. And of course, it is with great joy to see that we can continue to work for the fourth successive project on seabirds, a bird which we love a lot, and hopefully we see it thrive in our island and the Mediterranean, and why not internationally. That's all from my end. I hope you enjoy the rest of the webinar, and I'll be here for most of it. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So that brings to an end our first session. It's the introductory session of our Life Archipelago Guarnia project closing webinar. I can see that we don't have any Q&As yet, any questions on our Q&A chat function. I invite you all to contribute by posing your questions. As you said at the very beginning, we will be adopting the system where you can put in your questions, write in your questions on the Q&A session. Obviously, we had the introductory speeches right now, so we expect the discussion to evolve later on during the day. Before we close and we bring to an end this session, I would like to have a look at the program, at the agenda we have today. So coming up at 10 o'clock, we will now stop and then we resume at 10 o'clock GMT +2. So 10 o'clock, we have the keynote speech by Dr. Maria Diaz, Senior Scientist at BirdLife Europe, on seabird conservation in the Mediterranean, current status, challenges, and opportunities. Then we will have John Joseph Borch, who is the Senior Curator at our Malta National Museum of Natural History, speaking about the history of seabird conservation in Malta, followed by Nick Barbara, our own Head of Conservation, who will deliver a talk about recent seabird conservation work in Malta through EU Life funding. This upcoming session between 10 o'clock and 11 will be moderated by our colleague Lee Locke from the RSPB, who we already have met this morning with his opening speech, and it will discuss conservation of seabirds in Malta and beyond. Then the next session will be at 11:15, tackling the Life Archipelago Guarnia project findings themselves. The speakers will be Dilek, again, our project manager, Martin Osted, the project warden leader at Life Archipelago Guarnia, and Karen Varnum, Island Restoration Officer at RSPB. And then we have James Grimble, our light pollution officer here at BirdLife Malta, in our seabird team. Then we will continue with more discussions regarding the topic with a representative, again, from Transport Malta, from ERA, which is the Environment and Resources Authority, and then we come to a close with the concluding remarks by Nick Barbara and Dilek Sahin at around 2 o'clock. So if there aren't any Q&As, we will be closing off here, and we will be resuming at 10 o'clock. We will meet you at around 10 o'clock. We remind you that this webinar is being recorded, and you have all given your consent for this at the beginning of the webinar. For those who will be joining in later on or who have just joined in, we remind you that this session is being recorded. So we don't have any questions yet, so we'll close off here. This first session will be back at around 10 o'clock with the next session for this Life Archipelago Guarnia closing webinar. See you at 10.
Hello, Nathaniel. Just checking you can hear me okay.
Yes, Lee, we're fine. We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, welcome back, and welcome to those that are just joining now. So this is the first proper session of the webinar, and we're going to be thinking about seabirds in the wider context. So I mentioned in my introduction that I think it's interesting to consider the role that this project has in connecting with wider seabird work, and we've got some great talks ahead which will put this into that context. A reminder for people to use the chat function. And the question and answer function to record their questions, and we'll take questions at the end of each presentation. Maria, are you there?
I am, but it says that I cannot start my video because the host stopped it. But I am here.
Okay, that's good. So I will just briefly introduce you, and I hope Nathaniel can organise the presentation. So it's great to have this introductory talk, seabird conservation in the Mediterranean. So thank you, Dr. Maria Diaz. I've got a brief summary here of your experience. So you've been at BirdLife for 7 years, and your current role is coordinating and developing the scientific work that underpins the BirdLife Marine Programme. We're really delighted to have this, the opportunity for you to speak in the keynote speech here. Hopefully you've got the presentation loaded up now.
Oh, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Can I try to share my screen? Okay.
So we can see you, that's it. Thank you, Maria. Over to you then.
And can you see my screen, or can you see are you seeing the full screen or the notes? Because
Can see the full screen.
the full screen. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Oops. Okay. Okay. So good morning, and well, thank you very much for your presentation. And of course, I would like to start by thank to BirdLife Malta for the invitation to be here today. It's really a pleasure. Of course, I would prefer to be in person in Malta. I'm now based in Cambridge, and I would say that probably in Malta the weather is much better than here, where is the typical British summer day, raining and grey and cloudy. And for those that know me, I'm always complaining about the British weather. I'm really sorry for that, but yeah, would be great if we could be meeting in person in Malta, but it is what it is. So my presentation today will be, the title is the Seabird Conservation in the Mediterranean, but as was already said, I will try to give you a bit of a broad picture of seabird conservation more globally. And I'll do that, well, not only because I feel more comfortable, because it's exactly my area of work in BirdLife. I still do some research with some species of seabirds, but more in the Atlantic, with the Coris shearwaters, for example, the migration. But my work at BirdLife is to see the big picture of the conservation of seabirds in the world. So today in my presentation, I will try to show you, well, to give you a bit of an overview of the status of the seabird conservation in the world, and also how the Mediterranean fits into that big picture. I will try also to convince you why it is important when we think about conservation of the Mediterranean seabirds, to see the big picture, also to see the connectivity with what is happening outside the Mediterranean, and especially with the Atlantic Ocean. Try to talk a bit about the knowledge gaps, and finally end the presentation mentioning some of the challenges and opportunities for the conservation of seabirds in the Med and more globally. So I guess that most of you know BirdLife International is a partnership of more than 100 countries, around 120. We work very closely with the BirdLife partners to work with to identify the threats to seabirds, and again to compile information at a more local level to then define strategies at the global level. And as part of the BirdLife work, we do at a regular basis an assessment of the red list classification and categories for all bird species in the world. So as part of that work, we publish and we have in our website, in our data zone, these assessments of for each species. So we have these species fact sheets with lots of information for each species. This is the example for the Elko shearwater, that is the star species in this project, and one of the star species, of course, in the Med. And when we do this kind of assessment, something that we look a bit more in detail are the threats to each species. So basically, as part of the red list assessment, we identify the threats to each species in the world, bird species. So in the marine program, and back in 2016, we thought that would be extremely useful to do a big review of all the threats to all seabird species at the same time. Because this kind of species assessments, sometimes they are more done in an ad hoc way, we decided to do at the same time an assessment of all seabird species. Back in 2016, we had 359 species of seabirds. The taxonomy in the meantime changed. Now we have a few more. But at that time, and my presentation today will be based on this taxonomy that we had back in 2016. And as part of this work, we reviewed more than 900 publications, of course, with the help of lots of people, volunteers. We did a big review of the status of seabirds in the world. We applied a systematic and standardized method, and the idea was precisely to have a view that could be comparable between species and between different groups of seabirds. And for each threat and each species, we classified the impact of that threat, and again following the IUCN standards. So basically, we estimated the scope, that is the percentage of the population or the range that is affected for each species, the severity and the timing of each threat. And it's important to say that in this assessment, what we did was just identify the threats that have a clear impact on the status of the species. So sometimes we know of threats that can be a problem locally, but maybe they are not affecting the species as the entire population of the species. So in this case, we were kind of a bit restrictive, and we looked to the threats affecting the species, all the species globally. So to go and to show you, start by showing you the results, and I will start by showing the global picture and then go to the Med, but just to give you a brief overview of the main results of this global assessment. So we concluded that almost half of the species of seabirds in the world are classified as globally threatened, and globally threatened is the species that are critically endangered and vulnerable, or near threatened. And 57% of the species of the seabird species in the world are considered of least concern. So to put this image in perspective, the graphic that you see in the right, the small one, is for all bird species. So I think something that is really obvious is that seabirds are for sure a much bigger problem than birds in general. And they are considered one of the most threatened groups of birds in the world. And sometimes they are competing with vultures, but well, for sure, well, the seabirds are one of the most threatened group of birds in the world. So in terms of the population trends, that is another thing that we measure in our red list assessments, the results are not better. In fact, we identified that about half of the species of seabirds have a declining trend. Some species have an increasing trend, some more stable, but we have some species that we don't know the trend, so it's still unknown in terms of the trends of this. So going to the results of the threats, and basically, we confirmed that what we already suspected and what was in fact already identified 10 years ago by the study, also another publication, another big review led by John Croxall. Invasive alien species is the threat that is affecting a higher number of species. Almost half of the seabirds in the world are affected by invasive species. And within the invasive species, the rats and the cats are for sure the big problem. And when we have the bycatch, the hunting and trapping, and the climate change as also top threats, all of them affecting more than 25% of seabird species in the world. And then we highlighted also as a top threat the overfishing, not because of the number of species affected, that is still high, 15%, but because of the impact. So in the lines that you see, the points with the error bar are the average impact of each threat in that group of species. And basically overfishing has a relatively high impact compared with others. So other thing that we decided to look at was to try to estimate the amount of individual birds exposed to each threat. So it's a slightly different thing. Basically, because we have population estimates of each species, or most of the species, 99% of the species, we quantified the number of individual seabirds exposed to different threats. And again, the usual suspects, bycatch, invasive species, climate change, overfishing, all of them affecting way more than 100 million seabirds in the world. Affecting, or let's say the individuals from these species are somehow exposed to this kind of threat. Pollution, also almost 100 million. But maybe more relevant than that is to look in a bit more in detail to the different colors. And if you see the legend, so I split this graphic in birds that belong to species that are still increasing or stable and least concern, that is the light gray. And then the medium color, the medium gray, is species that are not yet globally threatened species, but are near threatened or are declining. And if you see the bars, in fact, the majority of the birds are still species that are not globally threatened. So basically the conclusion of this is these species, so the individuals of these species that are not considered yet globally threatened are already exposed to the same kind of problems that the globally threatened. So if we don't act to these kind of threats, basically what we will see in a few years is a lot more species basically becoming globally threatened. And it's in fact what we are witnessing for a few decades, is more and more seabirds becoming globally threatened. And finally, just to show that basically we also analyzed in more detail the different groups of seabirds, and again the same group of threats affecting different kinds of seabirds. So it's not that the patterns that we identified are driven by a particular group. No, the invasive alien species, hunting and trapping, bycatch, overfishing, pollution, climate change, they affect lots of different groups. So we estimated that around 70% of the species are affected by more than one threat, and more than 50% of the species have both marine and terrestrial threats. And that is another important message in this graphic, that most groups of seabirds are affected both in the terrestrial habitats, in their colonies, and also at sea. We have here two clear exceptions that are the gadfly petrels, that are the genus Pterodroma, and the storm petrels. Well, I will talk a bit more about that in the future. Of course, we know that there are a lot of terrestrial threats like the invasive species that are a big problem. But it's also true that we know still very little about what is happening at sea for these kind of species, because they are nocturnal, they are very difficult to study. The gadfly petrels, we know a bit more about the population estimates and the abundance of these species, but for the storm petrels, it's extremely difficult to study. So in many cases, they are still unknown in terms of the trends and in terms of even the status. So we don't really know what is happening at sea. And that is probably one of the big gaps that we have in terms of knowledge. So you can see the results of this study in this publication that we had last year, and we published also some blogs in the BirdLife website. And if you want to see more details, you can see in this paper. So let's going now to the Mediterranean, and we explain first what was my approach for this presentation. So basically, we identified the species from my data set for the species that I analyzed back in 2017, 2018. We identified the species that occur in the Mediterranean Sea, both the breeding species and the visiting species. And of course, we identified, so we went to that database and we identified the threats to this species. So what I'm going to present now, it's not the threat to the species in the Mediterranean Sea, but simply the threats to these species. For the visiting species, so the ones that only occur during the winter, I only consider the marine threats, because of course they suffer the terrestrial threats in another breeding sites far away from the Med. So basically I split the species in breeding and visiting to address the terrestrial and marine threats. And well, we went to see the global red list status for these species, for these Mediterranean species. But we also, and as you know, probably, BirdLife does this assessment of the global status of seabirds, but also European and EU red lists. So basically a bit more in detail of the situation of these species in EU. And I'm going to present you a comparison between an assessment that we did in 2015 and assessment that we did, that we are doing now in 2020. So going first to our global red list of Mediterranean species, and again, for comparison, the global red list of all seabirds. And we see that the situation in the Med, it seems to be a bit better than the global situation. And of course, well, there are a lot of endangered albatrosses and that of course are not in the Med. So in terms of the percentage of species that are least concerned, we are a bit better in the Med. In terms of the population trends, it seems that we are a bit better. We have less species that are declining, but it's important to note that we have more species with unknown trends. And of course, we don't know if these species are declining or not. So we cannot conclude that we have less species declining, because the gray bar or the gray slice in the graphic are the species that are unknown. And for the Med, we have more than the general the global in terms of percentage. So going to see the status of these species based on the red list for the EU, so the EU red list, and this is the result for 2015, and if you can see, we have more species that are globally threatened and near threatened. Of course, we are looking a bit more in detail of what is happening in Europe, and some of these species, they are probably more abundant outside Europe, and that's why we have this difference. But what I think it's more relevant here is to compare 2020 with 2015. So this was the assessment in 2015, and this is the assessment in 2020. And I think the result is quite obvious. The number of vulnerable species is increasing. In terms of the threats to the species that occur in the Med, and again, I will highlight these again. These are not the threats in the Med, are the threats to species that occur in the Med. So these threats, some of them, of course, they can be somewhere else. But I think it's quite obvious that well, the main difference is that the pollution, and not the bycatch or invasive species, but pollution is the threat that is affecting a higher number of species, with almost 40 species affected by pollution. And I highlight here that the pollution is not plastic pollution, So in fact, in our global assessment, we just found one species that we could have a clear evidence that the plastics are causing decline. That is the flesh-footed shearwater in Australia. So here the pollution is oil pollution and other sources of pollution, so not plastic pollution. And again, also another big threat, and I'm just highlighting the differences related to the global situation, is the human disturbance in the colonies. So as you can see here in blue, we have the marine threats, in green, the terrestrial threats. And these threats, in fact, it seems to be a bigger problem in the Mediterranean compared with the other regions. And then, of course, we have the problems that we have everywhere, the bycatch, the climate change, hunting, also a big problem in the Med, overfishing, invasive species, and other threats. But these two are, in fact, the ones that are more different from the global. If we split the breeding and non-breeding species, so the species that breed in the Med, we see that, well, terrestrial threats seem to be the kind of in the top with hunting and trapping, human disturbance, invasive species, and then bycatch. And if we see, of course, the visiting species, the ones that do not breed, because we only considered marine threats, but again, pollution appears as the top threat, and probably is also what is driving the global pattern that we saw before. Okay, so marine threats. So marine threats are probably have an additional challenge in terms of conservation. Why? Because the seabirds, they love to fly a lot. They go very often to other jurisdictions, other EEZs. And in the Mediterranean, that is particularly true. Well, first, because of course it has a complex geography, lots of different jurisdictions, but also because many of the species in the Mediterranean Sea, they migrate outside the Mediterranean Sea, especially to the Atlantic. We have a higher percentage of populations that do this kind of migration. Well, probably most of you, all of you know these examples, but it's impossible not to mention them. Balearic shearwater, we know that is an endemic as a breeder in the Mediterranean, but the population migrates outside the Mediterranean during the non-breeding season, and they use intensively the coast of Portugal and a bit the north of France as non-breeding areas. And if we combine these kind of results with, for example, this study that was led by the Portuguese partner of BirdLife, by SPEA, that quantified the bycatch in the Portuguese coast, and we see that the Balearic shearwaters that are coming from the Mediterranean, they are bycaught in fisheries in Portugal. So in fact, we have a problem here that is for a Mediterranean species, but occurring outside the Mediterranean. And then, well, Yelcho and shearwaters, the same, a large percentage of the population goes to the Black Sea. And again, a study that was led by colleagues from the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, showing that adult mortality during the non-breeding season seems to be a problem for these species and causing the decline. And another examples, now we have the recent study showing the Mediterranean storm petrels are also partial migrants, and they go outside the Med as well. And the opposite example of a species, the Atlantic puffin, that migrates from the UK. And we have many other examples of species that use the Mediterranean during the non-breeding season. So something that we are trying to do in BirdLife, and this is a study led by a PhD student, Martin, that is trying to quantify the global political responsibility for the conservation of albatrosses and large petrels, and included the population of Scopolis shearwaters in Malta. And I should confess that this picture is not a Scopolis shearwater, it's a Coris shearwater from my colony in Selvagem. I'm really sorry for that, but I didn't have a photo of a Scopolis shearwater. And basically what we did, we quantified the number of political connections of the birds that are coming from Malta. And apart, of course, from the neighboring countries, we see a large percentage of these species using the waters of Senegal and even the high seas. So revealing that to conserve these species, we cannot look only to the waters in Malta, we need to look outside. So going now to the knowledge gaps, and because again, well, studying the threats at sea are another challenge. I would flag as one of the difficulties precisely to understand the cumulative impact of terrestrial and marine threats, especially for these more small pelagic species, and including light pollution at sea. And I'm very happy to see that light pollution is such an important issue in this LIFE project, and starting to be discussed more and more, because it's for sure something that we need to learn more about. And the Mediterranean Sea is highly affected by light pollution, as we know. Well, it's incredible. The Mediterranean is, well, compared with other regions in the world, a very well known and studied area, but still we have lots of knowledge gaps in terms of colony numbers, because again, we have several species that are difficult to study, and maybe the North African coast is a challenge in terms of knowing the trends and the population numbers. And look at we need to start looking a bit more in detail to threats that are maybe not yet big threats, and the plastics is maybe a good example, but can be in the future. So we didn't identify the plastics as causing any declines, but it's difficult to imagine that they are not, or they will not cause population declines in the future with the kind of the scenario that we have nowadays with plastic pollution. And other kind of threats like offshore energy developments, the mesopelagic fisheries. So in terms of plastics, a conclusion in our study was that especially small pelagic species are not so well known in terms of the possible impact of plastic. So we decided to start a new project that is the plastic connectivity, try to understand the problem of plastic pollution for small pelagic seabirds, and we are including all petrels and shearwaters. And basically the aim of this project is simply to see a spatial overlap of the quantity of plastics and the distribution of birds based on tracking data. And for the quantity of plastics, we are using models of the plastic pollution. And I think you can see it's kind of extremely obvious in this map that the situation in the Med and in the Black Sea is comparable, if not worse, of the situation that is very well known of the plastics in the Pacific and that big island of plastic. So the Mediterranean is a hotspot for plastic pollution, that is very clear. So the project is still ongoing. We are now analyzing the data. We will include more than 70 species, but we managed to analyze already around 43 species and from different colonies. So in total, 77 populations analyzed in terms of the risk of encountering plastics. And of these 77 populations, the top 11 are all Mediterranean populations. Balearic shearwaters, the Alcoans, Scopolis, Mediterranean, they have a risk of encountering plastic way higher than any other seabirds. In fact, we quantified a kind of overlap score that is more than 30 times higher in the Med than outside the Med. And because we are considering different breeding stages, we can see like species like Scopolis shearwater, when they are inside the Med, so during the breeding season, they have an overlap that is 10 times higher than what they have during the non-breeding season. So it's really shocking to see the risk of encountering plastic for the Mediterranean. So just to finalize, to mention a bit the challenges and opportunities. Well, as we saw, the conservation of seabirds in the Med is not only done in the Med, and we need to go outside, and also within the Med, we need to talk with the neighboring countries because seabirds are everywhere. And of course, the Mediterranean, because so many countries, Europe and Africa, has a particular complexity in terms of the political agenda. We have an increasing number of globally threatened species, and also this is also a bit revealing that despite all the work that we do for the conservation of seabirds, we are still seeing the numbers of vulnerable species increasing. So that, at least for me, makes me feel that we are not failing, but we need to do more for sure. It's something that we need to start doing more. Climate change is a big problem. It's always a challenge, of course, because it's not so easy to address. But some good news, and that is also a result from my study, is that to address many of the species that are affected, or most species affected by climate change, they are also affected by other threats. So if we address the other threats, we are building resilience to these species to cope with climate change. A communication challenge, and of course in the world of competing for conservation funds, it's not always easy to convince that gulls, for example, and we have lots of gull species and terns, are so fashionable as albatrosses. So and many of species are also nocturnal, people don't see them, so it's not that easy. We have a lot of work to do in terms of evaluating the effectiveness of some conservation measures like marine protected areas and also the bycatch mitigation measures. And I would also highlight kind of a gap that still exists in science and policy and conservation. We do know a lot for the Mediterranean, and I brought here the map of the IBAs that we already identified. But something that probably it's more difficult to do is to do this kind of long-term studies to understand the trends, because this is not a science that is so easy to find, to fund, sorry. So it's really a challenge to make sure that we find the funds to keep going in these long-term monitoring programs, because this is what is telling us about the trends of this. And in terms of opportunities, well, I think that we do have now an international agenda in terms of these multi-environmental agreements, like in this case, the CMS, Convention of Migratory Species, where connectivity is really in the agenda. They are talking a lot about the importance of the countries to work together to achieve conservation. We work with seabirds, and we all know that seabirds are good indicators because they are easy to study. We can monitor them in the colonies, and with that information understand what is happening at sea. So it's a good excuse to study the seabirds to understand the marine environment. The funding, and of course we always think that the funding is never enough, but again, compared with the global pattern, the funding opportunities in the Med, of course, are on average better than other places. And of course, the public opinion is now maybe much better. So marine conservation is really in the agenda. So we have now in front of us a good opportunity to in fact do something. And that's it. I would just like to say thank you for your attention, and also thank to all the collaborators of the work that I did with the review paper and the colleagues that contributed to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. That was a brilliant and stark reminder of the challenges that seabirds face around the world and in the Mediterranean in particular. So brilliant stuff. We've got a couple of questions, or 3 questions now, I think, that I'll quickly put to you. Firstly, so one from my colleague Stefan Oppel. Very interesting to see that pollution is the biggest threat to seabirds visiting the Med, but a lower threat to species breeding in the Med. So could this be because pollution actually affects these visiting species elsewhere, i.e. not in the Med? It
could, yeah, agree. Could also be because, again, maybe I would say that the knowledge that we have in terms of the threats to the species in the Med is more focused on the terrestrial threats. So maybe it's also, of course, one of the issues in our study. We are limited to the knowledge that is out there in the publications, and there's obvious a bias in terms of studies addressing different kinds of threats. And an obvious thing was climate change, for example, that we see lots of papers about climate change and the impact of climate change in the world. And comparing, for example, with light pollution, that we have much less studies. So sometimes, of course, we have less evidence of some threats regarding to others. And maybe in the Med, that can be also the case. But yeah, of course, the issue of pollution can be also outside the Med. But well, the Mediterranean Sea is known for kind of high levels of pollution. So I would not be surprised that it's also a big problem in the Med.
Okay, and also a related question from Lauren Lopez. Thank you, Maria, for a comprehensive presentation. You've found pollution to be the largest threat to seabirds in the Med. Could you explain a bit more about how the threat posed by the different types of pollution was assessed or quantified? Specifically, were the results based on models? So is it possible to be validated on the ground, e.g. with autopsies of dead bodies?
It was from a variety of sources. So basically, in our study, what we did was we did a systematic review of all the publications. When we saw that a publication mentioning the problem of the pollution to a certain species, we classified that threat, that pollution to that species in terms of the severity and scope and timing. And I forgot to mention, but the results that I showed are only ongoing threats. So I removed the past threats and possible future threats. So I just addressed the ongoing threats. So in some studies, it's possible that is, of course, the result of a model. It's some others is not. It's a combination of different methods depending on the paper, and we reviewed more than 900. But absolutely true, that would be excellent to have a ground truth. Again, because I want to highlight what I presented is the global pattern. That doesn't mean that these specific threats affect every species everywhere. And something that we really need to do is go a bit more in detail and start understanding the geographic patterns of these threats, not only the global patterns, but to see the difference between regions. And to do that, of course, we need a more local knowledge. We cannot just be based on these global assessments. We need to go to do some ground truths and understand the level of the problems in different regions.
Thank you, Maria. And also another question about aquaculture from Dr. Joe Dublé. Aquaculture is considered as one of the threats to seabirds, albeit a minor concern. But the question is whether aquaculture farms are an opportunity where seabirds congregate for food. So could you just kind of elaborate on the negative effects of that, I think, and also whether there are any benefits?
Yeah, well, to be completely honest, I'm not an expert in aquaculture. I worked a bit with aquaculture in the past when I was working with shorebirds. With seabirds, it is true that sometimes can be an opportunity. Again, I would say that is quite variable, because at least the situation that I know better is in Portugal. Many farmers, they really don't like to see seabirds and cormorants flying around the aquaculture. So sometimes we have a problem that way as well. In my opinion, I think aquaculture can be very, very problematic for seabirds, not because of the direct effect of the aquaculture, but because of the overfishing. Because aquaculture is in fact a big reason to start fishing more, because we are adding, of course, another level in the food chain. So basically, something that we are now, and that links to that my point about possible future threats, especially the mesopelagic species that are a very important food source for many seabird species. They are still extremely abundant, but in the literature we see more and more growing interest to fish a lot for mesopelagics, not for direct consumption, but precisely to feed the growing industry of aquaculture. So I guess for the indirect effect, I think that in this work that we did here, we didn't consider this effect. That is, of course, under the overfishing. But in the near future, I think aquaculture will be a problem via the impact that we'll have in overfishing. That is, for sure, also another subject that is not so well studied. It's extremely difficult to study the problem of overfishing, but is something that I think we need to be more worried about.
Okay, brilliant. We have got another question, but I think we'll have to move on. So, Maria, thank you once again. That was fantastic, and really, as I say, presents a very stark picture of the threats facing seabirds. So now moving on to the next presentation, and we really are delighted to have John Joseph Borde available as a guest of honor, really, for this session. John is a pioneer seabird researcher and conservationist in Malta, and is going to give us a background to seabird conservation in Malta. John, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Can you see me?
Yeah, over to you. We can see you, and I'll mute. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I'm really, really happy and very much delighted to be here. What I would like to do in my presentation, I would like to give an overview of seabird conservation in Malta through a timeline, more or less. So, starting from the mid-17th century, going up to the to 2006, when the first EU Life project was initiated. So some of the key dates are 1962. We'll be talking about every single key date. We're talking more in detail. 1962 is the formation of the Malta Ornithological Society, nowadays BirdLife Malta. 1968 was the first visit to the island of Filfla by bird ringers of the Malta Ornithological Society. 1969 was the discovery of the Jelkawan, the largest Jelkawan shearwater colony at Irdum Tal Madonna, practically the site for all the EU Life projects carried out to date. In 1982, the initiation of a long-term study on the pelagic seabirds of Maltese Islands. 1988, the Filfla Protection Act. 2004, when Malta joined the European Union, and that led us to funds. So in 2006, we had our first EU Life project on focusing on the Jelkawan shearwater. So going back in time, two pioneers of Maltese ornithology, the Gotzetin Jean-Piet Ajus de Soldanis, in his manuscript, described an unknown bird, a bird with no name, which he named Lasfur Ta'audesh, the Gotzetin bird. And from its description, it was undoubtedly the storm petrel. So one of the earliest birds we get to know about from the Maltese Islands is actually a seabird, and it's our storm petrel. In 1843, Antonio Schembri, father of Maltese ornithology, published his Catalogo Ornitologico, and in it, he described what he thought was a new species to science, which he named the Thalassidroma melitensis. A year later, Strickland wrote an article disproving this this new find, and sort of, when he compared specimens from the Mediterranean and specimens from the Atlantic, he found no difference at all. But one cannot blame Antonio Schembri, because all the descriptions published up to that time failed to include the white on the upper tail and the undertail. So obviously, when Schembri saw these birds with the white upper and undertail, he believed that it was a new species. Today, up to today, this species now is considered as an endemic subspecies, Hydrabates pelagicus melitensis. It's the only bird with melitensis in its name, and with the describer, a Maltese naturalist. Later on, we find that during the 18th century and the early 19th century, a number of British military personnel, mainly from the Royal Navy, stationed in Malta or passing through Malta, collected birds' eggs, specifically seabird eggs. And one of them was Rear Admiral John Hutton Stonehouse, who, through his, from his diary, we found that in his time, Yelkon shearwaters were found breeding also on St. Paul's Island, but even on mainland Malta in St. Paul's Bay. It was much, much later that the Yelkon shearwater was found to have recolonized St. Paul's Island. It was actually during the last EOLIFE project. So a page from Stenhouse letters in the 1800s, 1893, Yelkon shearwater collected 13 eggs, scopoles and stone petrel. So for habitat restoration, this is a wealth of information on habitats on islands that for many years did not hold any seabirds, primarily due to disturbance and the presence of rats. And once action has been taken, we see that seabirds are very resilient, and they will reoccupy areas that had been deserted decades before. The History of Ornithology in Malta, published in 2015, sort of highlights all this correspondence between the various zoologists and the museums that ended up having these collections from the Maltese Islands. The first conservation-oriented publication we find is that of Giuseppe Despot. Giuseppe Despot was the first curator of natural history. The museum was the museum in Valletta. And he wrote, his first publication actually was on the Scopoles shearwater and the illegal killing, well, at the time it was not illegal, the indiscriminate shooting of shearwaters from sea, and the concern that this bird was about to become extinct from the Maltese Islands. So one of the first conservation-oriented publications was on a seabird, was on the Scopoles shearwater. In his numerous articles and publications, especially in the Zoologist, where he wrote accounts about the breeding birds of Malta, he gave quite a lot of information on the situation of the 3 pelagic species nesting on Filfla and 1 or 2 other sites known at the time on Malta, and 1 site in Gozo. In 1954, Langley Roberts published his birds, The Birds of Malta. And in it, there was some interesting reports and some worrying reports. For example, when he wrote about the Scopoles shearwater, he wrote that less than 30 pairs breed on Filfla. It no longer breeds on Malta. With Yelkon shearwater, he wrote that they are seen offshore in 1s or 2s or occasionally in small parties. And a visit to Filfla on the 29th June 1952, he only found 2 nesting pairs of storm petrels. So that was the situation up to the 1950s. In 1962, the Malta Ornithological Society was set up, and one of its first conservation efforts was directed again towards the Scopoles shearwater, the Maltese chieftain. And the poster and the sticker were issued to highlight the massacre of shearwaters, primarily from boats at sea. So we can see from the onset, seabirds started to figure prominently in BirdLife Malta's agenda. In 1965, the bird ringing group was set up. And once the availability of bird rings was in hand, Filfla Islet, long offshore, up to that date known to host 2 pairs of stone petrel, no Scopoles shearwater, was obviously the first site to be visited for our seabirds. And on 29 June 1968, they headed off a small team, Joe Sultana, Charles Gauci, and Charles Gallia Bonavia headed off towards Filfla for 2 nights, searching among the boulder screes for any possible sign of storm petrels. One must remember that at that time, Filfla Island was still being used as a bombing target, and it was still being bombed by the British forces. Obviously, a number of telephone calls to the Admiralty highlighting the fact that 3 people will be on Filfla on 1 night. So obviously, hopefully, no planes or ships would decide to start using Filfla for bombing practice. After a day searching, they found several hundred storm petrel still present on the island, especially during the night. With a 20-foot net, they managed to catch a large number of storm petrels, so obviously more than the 2 pairs mentioned by Roberts in '54. They also found Scopolis shearwater and also Yelkouan shearwater. The first visits were, the results of the first visits were published in 1970 in Bird Studies, in a booklet entitled Bird Studies on Filfla. And following that, that visit, Filfla has been visited practically 3 to 4 times annually, primarily to monitor the large population of storm petrels nesting there. To date, over around 25,000 storm petrels have been ringed on Filfla. Many sleepless nights spent on this boulder and rocky scree island. Filfla has also visited regularly, annually, on the surface, on the plateau, through the assistance of the armed forces. Primarily this time to monitor the yellow-legged gulls, but also to collect pellets, yellow-legged gulls pellets, to study the impact of the gulls on the storm petrel. So following the first visits to Filfla, they decided, Joe Sultana, Charles Gauci, decided to start searching possible sites for storm petrels around the Maltese Islands. And one of the sites they visited, one of the first sites, was Lerdun Tal Madonna. They spent an afternoon searching among the boulder screes, and no storm petrels were found. But during the night, during the evening, as they were coming up the cliffs, they noticed that several hundred Yelkouan shearwaters were flying around them. And so the site was then visited annually on 3 or 4 times a year to catch and ring Yelkouan shearwaters. One must not forget that between 1975 and 1982, one site in the southeast of Malta was being visited on a regular basis by Victor Cilia, who was ringing the Scopolis shearwaters nesting in a small area. Also, a few Yelkouan shearwaters were present in the site, but the presence of rats in the area made it very difficult for ringing any young Yelkouan shearwaters, but also the possibility of finding any storm petrels nesting in the site. Although a few individuals have been reported from the site flying around or even found in caves, but nesting stone petrels were never recorded in this area, primarily due to the rat population along these cliffs. In 1981, my colleague and friend Richard Kakezamit and I were taken to a shearwater colony in the south of Gozo. And Joe Sultana showed us a young bird in a narrow crevice. This was practically the catalyst for a long-term study on the ecology and the breeding biology of our seabirds. Today we talk about funding and EU Life projects. This was a self-funded project, 30 years self-funded life project, which gave us a lot of insight on the ecology and the breeding biology of the shearwaters and stone petrels in our island. So to carry out the study, we visited a number of areas, and a total of 155 Scopolis shearwater nests were found and were annually monitored. Practically, we were on the cliffs almost every night from mid-February to early November, and each site was visited more or less once a week to avoid disturbance. Looking at the 3 different species, some of the information that was gathered in the during these years. So we found that they are long-lived birds. They arrive at the colonies towards the end of February. Males start to breed in their second year, females in their 3rd and 4th years. One must also remember that when this study was initiated, at the time, there were very few studies being carried out on the Scopolis shearwater in the Mediterranean. 1 or 2 studies in French waters, Dr. Ristov and Michael Wink in the Aegean, and Bruno Massa had just started his long-term study in Sicily. So there was very little information, accurate information on the ecology and breeding biology of these birds. So cytogenicity is very high, mate fidelity is relatively high. There's a lot of incestuous behavior. They're young, especially the males, are highly philopatric. They return to their natal nest or within the natal nest, whereas females disperse more. We had females hatching in Malta, in the south of Malta, and later on found nesting in Gozo, for example. We know that found out the incubation lasts 55 days. There's, compared to other sites, there was very low breeding success. We carried out, I will talk about this very soon, fluctuating numbers in the breeding population. We were finding a lot of young birds, especially Yelko ones and Scopolis, being predated by rats and cats, but also large numbers were also being killed by humans. And of course, the problem, luckily we started at a time when light pollution was not much of an issue, but by time after 30 years or more, one could see the difference in the amount of lighted areas around the Maltese Islands. Of course, the increase in the number of disoriented birds. When it comes to Yelko and shearwater, these are some of the information prior to the EU Life project. So information gathered between 1968 and 2006. So we were carrying out 5 annual visits to the north, to the Urdun Talmadonna site. In 1985, the numbers increased. The population, the visits were increased to the Urdun Talmadonna area, and new sites, new accessible areas were also found. And then in September 2006, a new funded life project was initiated. So some of the information, the birds start arriving in October. A single egg is laid in late February, beginning of March. the chick hatch in May, and so on. One can see here. Interesting to note is that, for example, molting birds tend to stay within territorial waters. Adult birds in August and September were found molting and were collected by fishermen from territorial waters. The young start to return back to the colony in their second year. The time there was a very high mortality rate, very low successful fledging. Eggs and chicks were highly predated by rats, but they reoccupy old abandoned nests rapidly if they are predator free. The last of the three pelagic seabirds, again, these are practically almost resident around the Maltese Islands, with some individuals moving away, probably young birds. They are present at the colony from February until October. They have an extended laying period. There are 2 breeding peaks. They are long-lived birds. The oldest bird is over 27 years old. We have. There's some movements by adults between colonies, especially that of Marettimo in Sicily and Filfla. We have 2 recoveries outside the Mediterranean, one in the Atlantic coast of France, and the other one was washed ashore dead in the Netherlands. Discovery of new colony in Gozo, and then later on, my colleagues will talk about more discoveries during the life periods. There's a very high level of predation by yellow-legged gulls on Filfla. Again, this is a very high susceptible species to predation by rats. And it's one of those species which is, at the time, for as far as we know, it's benefiting from tuna farms where large concentrations are also being recorded during the post-fledging period. This can be seen from the large number of molting birds present around the fish farms, around the tuna farms. So one of the most important aspects of these birds, these are long-lived birds, so they require long-term studies. Snapshot studies are good, but they are what they are, snapshot studies. For one to get a good indication of what is going on, one has to dedicate a lot of time and pass on for others to continue the study on these long-term, these long-lived pelagic species. So here we can see some results from the longevity of stone petrels from Filfla. Every year, each year, a census is carried out on the breeding birds, not on the entire population, on the breeding birds. And one can see fluctuations based on breeding success, based on return to the site, and the number of other factors. The early years, the low numbers, for example, we can see Puffinosyelko on the breeding pairs, 83 to 1990. That was believed the colony at Irtum Madonna was of about 250 pairs. But when in the 1990s, when a more intense recording was being carried out on the population, it was found that the number was double that number. Moving closer towards our time, then we see we also have an increase both in breeding birds, but also thanks to newly discovered populations. The upper one is a snapshot census in 2013 of different sub-colonies on different islands of Scopoli shearwater and Yelkowan shearwaters. So throughout the years, a lot of results were carried out, number of publications, journals were published, but also a lot of comprehensive results of these studies were presented in the Breeding Birds of Malta publication in 2011. So one can go on the internet or get a copy of the Breeding Birds of Malta, and one can go through a number of publications related to our seabirds. There are, and we have found a number of conservation issues, even way back in the 80s, early 90s. Accidental bycatch, especially Scopoli shearwater, predation by cats and rats, the illegal killing of adult birds in colonies, either to disrupt our studies. They used to just kill them just in spite, or to collect the underwing feathers for fishing, they use them for trolling. Light pollution was becoming a major issue towards the 1980s, although in 1975 in the birds, A Guide to the Birds of Malta, Joe Sultan and Charles Gauci report that the colony of Scopoli shearwater at Schlende Bay was abandoned when electricity was introduced. Another issue are the fishing lines from cliffs. There we can see a Scopoli entangled in fishing lines, and also various types of development close to the cliff edge. So that's a solar powered farm in a Natura 2000 site close to Scopoli shearwater nesting sites. So in 2004, Malta joined the EU, and one of the obligations we had was to produce a publication on the important bird areas of EU importance in the Maltese Islands. And when this was presented in Brussels, this turned out to be the catalyst for the EU Life projects. Mark Day from the RSPB sort of started to discuss the possibility of applying for an EU Life project on the Maltese seabirds. So the Malta joining the EU and this publication had quite a bit to do with our successes in the EU Life project. So in 2007, the first EU Life project in the field kicked off. I can't mention all the people who have helped participate. So I found some old photos, and I would like to thank each and every person who one time or another joined us in our field trips. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that detailed and very colourful account of the background to seabird conservation in Malta. Amazing to think that that early pioneering team of ornithologists were going out to Fifla under the threat of being bombed and still managed to get interesting data on storm petrels. Fantastic stuff. We're running a bit late. We don't have any questions at this point, so I think we should move swiftly to Nick. Nick, are you there? Nick?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Good. So I'll hand over to Nicholas Barbara, who is Head of Conservation with BirdLife Malta, and will pick up the narrative on the development of the seabird work and pick it up from the point of the first of the EU Life projects. Over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Lee. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, John, for the very informative history makes us really appreciate the very long legacy that we have been able to continue with Seabird Life projects, thanks to the work and to the strong foundations that have been laid in the past. So let me share the screen. So I will present a bit of an overview of the life projects that we had over the past years, thanks to the of course, Malta joining the EU, making it possible to apply for life funding, and especially on the seabird species, which are high priority Annex 1 species that qualify for EU life funding. As John has mentioned, the organization has had its history when it was set up in 1962, with a lot of volunteer work, I must say, that was done over the years, especially focusing on seabird research. However, kind of the organization really took off with a proper office and a proper setup and a bigger contingent of staff, thanks to the support of life projects that we had over the years. So I've looked a bit at the history of life projects that the organization has gone through, and practically we have delivered almost now 15 years of life projects, with seabirds being the subject of 3 of the 4 that we have been ongoing so far. So the very first one, as John mentioned, was the Life Yelkwan Shearwater project on the same species that the current project is focusing on. And it came about from the also support of our SPB that helped us develop the very first life project for the organization, and which then helped us to discover more where we could actually do more work on the species and so on. So the very first life project was the Yelkwan Shearwater project, followed by a very brief communication one on the issue of trapping, called Kaudia Hilsa. It was quite a short project. Following that, between 2011 and 2016, we had the EU Life Malta Seabird project, which has led to quite important designations of the first marine SPAs in Malta, and the current project Life Archipelago Carnia, which was also built up on the foundation and what we were able to discover during the past life projects. In recent years, we have also been able to also expand further in being a partner to other projects as well. So in 2008, we actually explored a new partnership with our partners in Croatia, which have a project focused on Artina, which is the Yelkwan Shearwater in Croatia, but also a few other seabird species such as the odd-winged gull. And we have been also helping them out in the development stage of this project, and now we are also assisting them in the delivery of this project, especially with our experience on research on the Yelkwan Shearwater, and also our expertise, thanks also to the help of our SPB, on how we actually manage to recover species like the Yelkwan Shearwater with regards to the impact of invasive species. And also, as a side note, also we have also a new partnership which started last year in a project based mostly in Italy on the Leonard Falcon, from which we are also helping them out and also learning in view of other possible future projects in Malta. Going back to the first life project, so the Life Yelkwan Shearwater project was awarded in 2006. The proper name was SPA Site and Sea Action Saving Puffinus Yelkwan. It had 50% life funding at the time, a total value of about €1 million, and it focused on 3 main tiers. So we had research on the Yelkwan Shearwater, so expanding more on what was done in previous years, conservation of the Yelkwan Shearwater itself, and also raising awareness about the species. You may appreciate that the Yelkwan Shearwater is not something easy that people can associate with, simply because this bird visits the colonies at night, and of course, people are not very familiar with the species. A very interesting array of partners that were incorporated into the project back then the armed forces of Malta, who had the role of patrolling the cliffs and especially helped to tone down the illegal killing problem that we had from the illegal shooting of the Yelkwans. The Fisheries Sciences Center at the time, which is the equivalent of Department of Fisheries today, which helped us also set up some studies on seabird bycatch in particular. Heritage Malta, via the assistance especially of John Borch, who had the whole history of and know-how of the colonies at Irdum tal-Madonna, who also assisted physically and in person throughout the lifetime of the project. The Malta Maritime Authority at the time, who is now Transport Malta, who helped us look into new ways of protecting the area, especially from sea-based disturbance. The RSPB, who of course helped us develop this project and was a crucial partner in this project. And at the time, we also relied on the help of BirdLife Portugal, SPEA, who had quite a vast experience on seabird conservation projects. The main aims of the project were, of course, to protect the Yelkwan shearwaters in Malta through land and sea-based actions, addressing the identified threats. The project was focused in particular at the largest colony of Irdum tal-Madonna, which is a Natura 2000 site and an SPA, obviously, for the Yelkwan shearwater that breeds in there. We wanted also to experiment and set up an example of protected area management for this specific site, which is frequented by a lot of people. There's hunting going on, there's camping. There was a lot of activities, human-related activities, which were setting an impact on the species. And it also helped us identify the means and way forward with how we would go about in identifying the first marine special protection areas. Remember, at that time, the Natura 2000 site network in Malta only extended to land areas, with the majority of them being based on the document that John mentioned earlier, that IBAs, then land IBAs, especially for seabirds, were designated as land Natura 2000 sites. So some of the land-based conservation actions, of course, through the work that was done in the past, the problem of rat predation was identified, and we set up the very first rat control program thanks to the assistance of RSPB at the time, which is still going on until this day. So we have over 15 years of rat control going on at this particular site. The issue of rubbish and how this augments the rat predation issue and raising awareness about the matter, including a few cleanups that have been done over the years. The impact of camping with respect to light and noise, pollution and disturbance to the birds, but also as a source of rubbish that supports the rat population there. We also had tried to set up the first managed campsite in the area with the assistance of the Ministry of Environment at the time. Also the first insight into the light pollution issue. So at that time we had obviously the means to also reach out to members of the public and get even more data about different strandings on Yelkwan shearwater. But we wanted to also focus on the issue of keeping Irdum tal-Madonna safe from light pollution. And also, basically at the end of the project, we had the very, very first management plan set up for a coastal SPA site, which was then absorbed and taken up by ERA in the effort to also set up management plans for all land Natura 2000 sites. When it comes to sea-based actions, of course, AFM were crucial in helping curtail the issue of illegal killing on Yelkwans, which nowadays is something very rare that we encounter, thankfully. Sea patrols were conducted by AFM at the time. The issue of seabird bycatch, which we were able to explore and investigate with the assistance of the Malta Fisheries Science Center, where we had a number of interviews, and also we actually paid fishermen to start reporting their bycatch with very interesting results, which also spanned into a bit more awareness on the issues of turtle bycatch, shark bycatch, but also gave us a bit of an idea on the issue of long lines impacting especially Scopolis shearwater. We had different communications going out to fishermen, including seabird guides on how to identify. A lot of fishermen would not much distinguish between Yelkwan and Scopolis, for example. And we also introduced some guides of how they would unhook and report also any bycatch that they may encounter. And also, quite interesting, we had the first development of a notice to mariners for seabirds, which was the very first one done for this purpose for the area of Retum Tal-Madonna, which we had worked with our partners MMA at the time, where basically we, after we realized that there was quite a big impact, especially with both parties going north to Comino, we had established an area where any boat that would be passing through the designated zone that you can see would be obliged to turn off their lights or tone down their music if they pass within that area during the breeding season of young ones, or else basically avoid it. And also we had quite exemplary enforcement actions at the time, which helped curtail the problem. As I said, the campsite, there was a number of actions on site to raise awareness, including the first project sign, which was destroyed about 3 or 4 times until we basically established a solid rock, which still survives to this day. A number of also signs to raise awareness about the various impacts that people have when visiting the Retum Tal-Madonna, and how to be careful not to impact the seabird species. Communications directly with fishermen, some actions also at removing some alien invasive species at the project site. But most importantly, the big breakthroughs that we had was that we were able to practice the first experiment, let's say, telemetry on the seabirds itself, to reveal to us actually what they were doing out at sea. Of course, these are pelagic birds that spend a lot of time out there. Through the use of GPS loggers, where they gave us a bit of an instance of where these birds go to feed during the breeding period. We had the first use of satellite eggs on juveniles, which revealed to us and confirmed that the limited knowledge we had through ringing studies, that these birds migrate to the Aegean Sea after they leave their colonies. And also the first trials using geolocator data that of course would be on the bird throughout their migratory period, and then are retrieved back to also give us a better indication where these birds are wintering. All in all, the information that was gathered, plus of other data that was collected by BirdLife Malta, especially sightings on the migration of duck species in the archipelago, led us to have enough information to propose the first IBA, which stretched basically between Retum Tal-Madonna and Gozo, including the areas around Comino, which were proposed as the very first marine IBA for the Maltese Islands. Of course, that led us to think about how actually we could protect even more the other 2 bird species, the Scopely shearwater and the storm petrel. And the first LIFE project really opened up our eyes as to what we could do even more on researching the habitat use around our waters and beyond of the 3 seabird species. And this was basically the idea that led to the second seabird project, the Life Malta Seabird Project, which stretched for a period of 5 years, again with 50% EU-like funding. And for this, we had also some of the same partners that we had in previous years, the RSPB and SPEA, our BirdLife partners. But also this time around, we had the direct support, co-financing and partners, the Ministry for Environment at the time. So, as I said, at the time, we only had protected areas for seabirds on land where these seabirds nest. We had a good idea of where these birds were nesting. However, there was absolutely no protection to the areas where they feed or that could be important for them. Actually, we didn't know exactly which of the areas could be important for them, apart from obviously the rafting sites in front of their breeding colonies. The scope of the project ranged within the 25 nautical mile zone, fisheries management zone around the Maltese Islands, for which Malta had the jurisdiction of declaring Natura 2000 sites. And of course, this was an opportunity for us to study the use of these waters by these 3 seabird species. A number of methodologies employed, expanding the work of the first LIFE project through boat-based observations, but this time around we went full board to investigate the whole 25 nautical mile area for a couple of years, which involved a lot of hours out at sea, documenting seabird sightings and anything else that was interesting and relevant for conservation. And we also set a number of firsts in telemetry. The first time that storm petrels were radio tracked, the storm petrels originating from Filfla, to be able to gather an idea of the use of our seas for seabirds. Of course, storm petrels have the limitation of their size, so the only available technology at the time was radio tracking. The use of GPS loggers on Scopolis and Yelkwans, and the use of geolocators again on Scopolis and Yelkwans, and to a later stage, we managed to also use them on storm petrels themselves. And of course, quite a number of monitoring sessions held out for the lifetime of the project through various colonies, thanks to which also we started discovering certain new colonies which were unknown. For example, the Yelkwan Shearwater colony of Maestral at the time, and also various experimentations with the use of nest boxes on Filfla and in Punta Madonna. At the end, with the amount of information that was gathered, we were able to propose 8 different sites which were covering the areas that were modeled as being the most likely where our seabirds were hanging around to feed or to raft. So of course, obviously, this encompasses all the areas in front of their major colonies. However, also other areas at sea where these seabirds were modeled and were found to also be feeding in these areas. And thankfully, with the project partnership, with the strong project partnership that we had, and also with the assistance of BirdLife International at the time, we could also file in a very strong proposal based on scientific grounds on why these areas needed to be protected. And in fact, in 2016, we successfully managed to have the Ministry for Environment and practically the Maltese government recognize these areas, which are now protected and part of the Natura 2000 network. Some of the other things that we managed also to deliver was, of course, probably one of the largest seabird conferences around, where we managed to gather quite a large gathering of seabird experts from around Europe, and where we also communicated about the finds of the project, and also hopefully inspired some of our partners to take up this work in their own respective countries. This was basically also the rationale why we also went further on the Yelkwan Shearwater. So during the Life Malta Seabird project, we realized that maybe we needed an update on the various colonies of Yelkwan Shearwater. Of course, most of the time before, these were done by a limited amount of people and also limited resources. So we thought it was a good idea to actually invest another life project with all the resources this could provide, in order to be able to really scrutinize and assess all the possible areas where seabirds, and especially Yelkwan Shearwater being the most threatened of all the 3 seabird species, would be nesting. So we thought of coming up with another project with the assistance of RSPB that helped us develop it in order to get a better assessment of the Yelkwan Shearwaters around the Maltese Islands, what are the threats that they were facing, and also to be able to instill further conservation actions based on our experience that was from the first life project at Irdum Tal Madonna, and expand this further to any possible sites that we could further do conservation work. And this is also the rationale why we also asked, and Transport Malta had welcomed us with open arms, to be able to also assess further any sea-based disturbance at the different colony sites that we would be researching throughout the lifetime of the project. And I'm hoping that in the coming days, as Captain Fritz mentioned, we will be able to announce further some very interesting results from this mutual work together. So the project, of course, has its aim to ensure the long-term recovery of the species, the Yelkwan Shearwater, looking at the threats that are affecting this bird, with also the aim of increasing the nesting success and the breeding colonies. And also, as I'm sure Dilek will explain behind after me, we also help to also address some national obligations regarding the reporting on the status of seabirds in Malta, and especially on the Anton Shearwater. If we have any questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. No, we haven't got any questions. That was brilliant. It's great to see the impact of the EU LIFE programme and the succession of projects building on the knowledge gained from the previous one. Terrific. And also interesting to see the continued sort of development of the role to pursue seabird conservation. Fantastic stuff. We're overrunning massively, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. But just before we do, thank you very much to all the speakers for this morning's presentations. A round of applause virtually, all terrific. Thank you very much. And I'm sure all the speakers would be happy to take any sort of queries, follow-up questions from attendees, outside this session. So we'll have a quick 5-minute break and then reconvene at 11:36. And we'll reconvene then for the next session. Thank you, everybody.
So we shall continue the second session now, which we have a few input from our staff on the Life Archipelago Guarnia project, starting with Dilek, our project manager, and Martin, our project warden leader, and Karen Varnam from the RSPB, followed by James Krimble, our light pollution officer, and then also some input from the Environment Resources Authority later on. So Dilek, if you're ready.
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave the floor to you.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. I will share my screen. Okay. Hello again, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the event. So here I'm going to talk about the success story of the project. I'm going to mention what we have done in this project for sure, but then the details, especially the technical details, will be given by my colleagues, Martin and James, following this talk. So here I'm going to give a kind of overall view of the project achievements. So the Life Archipelago Guarnia project, we have been saying that's focusing Yalkoan shearwaters, and I'm going to start why Yalkoan shearwater. So this is an endemic species to the Mediterranean, and here on the map you are looking at the known breeding colonies of the Yalkoan shearwater and their sizes. So mostly we have information from the central and western Mediterranean on the species, but not really good information from the eastern and especially North Africa, Turkey. These countries are still lacking information. So one of the reasons is this, that the conservation status of the species is still under discussion. For the 2 rounds of the IUCN status assessment, we have been discussing if the data that we have on the species is actually enough to securely say, okay, this species is vulnerable or this is quite safe, because there are some contrasting data coming from different colonies. Some colonies are doing good with the conservation measures, but then the other colonies, despite conservation measures, are not really doing good. So therefore, this project came in time where there were these discussions on the Yalkoan shearwater, and with this project we decided to, at least for the Maltese archipelago, close all the knowledge gap about the species and obtain good population parameters from here to be able to see if they are doing good or what's the population status in Malta. So Malta is important. Sorry, I guess, Nick, can I ask you to unmute? Maybe it's the problem because I'm having an echo. So the Maltese archipelago is important for the Yalkoan shearwater because we are holding 10% of the global population. And this is a small island and small archipelago, but still globally it's very important because, as I said, 10% of the whole Mediterranean population is breeding on Malta. And the problem here is they are breeding in quite challenging habitats, as with many seabird species actually. And the access to these nests, breeding sites, is a bit of an issue. Again, similar to everywhere. They they nest deep in burrows on the cliff face, but also among boulders. So because of these reasons, although like all the points on the map were known to previous researchers, and you have listened to historical seabird research in Malta and previous life projects, these locations were known to previous researchers, but not like assessed in detail. So then there was a need of comprehensive assessment for the whole Maltese archipelago. And so as we mentioned in the beginning, there were these conservation teams, starting with the pioneers of seabird conservation in Malta, including John Joseph Borge, where we listened today, and also the following life projects run by BirdLife Malta. There was, these projects were focusing on seabirds and especially Yalkoan shearwaters in Malta. But this was not, as I mentioned, not like comprehensively at all the sites, but mostly a few main colonies. And from these projects, we already knew that rats, light pollution, both disturbance, in some places hunting and development, and fisheries bycatch were an issue for these species. But then again, we didn't know in detail, or we haven't quantified these threats. Then came in Maltese, the Life Archipelago Guarnia project. So the aim of this project was to secure all Maltese archipelago for the Yalkovan shearwater by closing the gaps in the knowledge, first about its distribution, about its numbers and the breeding success of the birds. And then we attempted to assess the site-based threats throughout the Maltese Islands, and then manage and reduce this threat at least 1/3 by the end of the project, and increase the breeding success of the birds by the end of the project. What we have achieved. So we updated the population range, size, and breeding success for the areas that's marked on the map. And the key result is we obtained higher figures, but this is not due to the conservation actions working in place, actually, not exactly, but due to higher effort, because these estimates are actually coming from 2019, after we have done the threat assessment and site assessment preparatory actions. And we are going to still update these figures by the end of the project after following the conservation measures. But these figures are higher because we really invested a lot of effort in searching for these sites and measuring the breeding success, also identifying the range of the species. One key result from our preparatory actions was we encountered low breeding success at most of the colonies, because rats were basically present in most of the colonies in Malta, and therefore it was showing the need of starting predator management immediately. The highlight of our preparatory action, which was aiming to update these figures, was we used combination of methods and technologies. We tried many things, and tomorrow in one of the workshops, actually, we are going to talk in detail about these methods, and also maybe following talks will mention about them as well. So this was kind of helping us to become the expert on the species, at least locally. So we know what each colony needs, what kind of methods we can use to work on each colony, and we are using this information and trying to improve also our monitoring. Then, of course, all these preparatory actions provided a baseline data for future monitoring. Now, combining here, this map also includes data from seabird scientists in Malta, like John Joseph Borg. So now we have this combined baseline data, and for future monitoring, for MSFD reporting, or for any needs about seabird conservation, then we can use this baseline data to monitor the trends, to monitor population, etc. Then we assessed the threats, but we did it in a finer scale for each site. We visited the site again during the first 2 years of the project. We have done these comprehensive surveys to list all the threats. You are now on the map looking at Gozo, the sister island of the main island of Malta. And then you can see, like in all of the study sites, actually the threats are pretty much common in everywhere. So like there are just a few sites where we are having a single or no threat at all. And even like this now with the fungus truck, for example, you can see on the boat disturbance is a threat, but now, for example, it's also invaded by rats. We're just seeing it, we started to see it last year, and now also we proved it this year as well. So the main message is most of the sites are having most of the threats, because Malta is a small archipelago, and human access is basically everywhere in Malta. And this is the Maltese part of the threat assessment. Again, you can see. So the main threats identified were also not really different than what previous seabird researchers has found out. So the rats are being the main threat on the land in colonies, reducing the breeding success of the birds, predating on eggs mostly. Then we had in Malta boat disturbance. Again, boat-based tourism is quite popular in Malta, but this is also happening where seabirds are breeding and also overlapping with the season. Then we have light pollution, again quite widespread, quite prevalent everywhere in Malta. We have bunkering for a few sites, which we are going to present more about it in the coming talks. And we have disturbance by site users and hunting for a few sites. These were the main threats that we identified. Then, as an immediate conservation tool, we started predator management at all feasible colonies. And here on the map, you are looking at the predator management sites during the Life Archipelago Guarnia project. And now we approached the problem from three aspects. We started seasonal eradications on some of the islets of Malta. And these are Comino, Cominotto, and St. Paul's Bay Islands, St. Paul's Island, sorry. And we have done rat control at sites where this is feasible, and we have done biosecurity checks at sites where there were no rats, but these were really small sections of the main islands, basically. But we constantly went for biosecurity checks to make sure that the sites remained rat-free. The key result from predator management action is we managed to improve the breeding success at all rat colony sites. At least we obtained some desired levels of the breeding success. And the highlights from this action was we tried some well-known methods, which is eradication, and we adapted to the local conditions. So one of the project actions were actually conduct a feasibility study for eradication on Comino Cominotto, and we concluded that this was not feasible due to several reasons, which Martin and Karen is going to explain in their presentation. And then we come up with seasonal eradications for these sites. Again, they are going to share more details about the methods. And then we tried some novel methods at colonies. These are a humane way of removing the rats from the sites without putting the poison, but these are what we call E2 traps. And these were mostly trialed in or used in New Zealand, but not very commonly in Europe. So in the Maltese context, at least we have tried these and we obtained the results. Now we know if it's feasible to use them or for what kind of things they are helping us or not. Again, Martin will mention more about these kind of stuff. Just a brief result from our predator management monitoring work. So you are looking at 3 colonies here. These are monitored before and after rat control. The rat control started in 2018 at these colonies. Only the first one, MT09, was the long-term rat control area in the previous life projects. So that's why we just had one average for this site. And you can see that average reproductive success is actually 81, quite good, quite high. And this is showing us the rat control in Malta is actually working, a good conservation tool, and it's also giving us a kind of stabilized reproductive success in between years. But when we look at the other sites, which we started rat control with this project, we see that the breeding success is actually varying quite a lot annually. Of course, we are still at the early stages. It's been just 2-3 years since we started this rat control. Still, we can see the increase in reproductive success. This is actually showing us that, again, this tool is working at other colony sites as well. So past experience is helping us now to use the same method or to adapt the same method to the other local colonies. Although this is a small island, small archipelago, still there are differences in between different colonies here. But still, we need to continue at these sites, ideally, and to optimize these methods and ideally reduce the amount of bait available. Then our other action was mitigating light pollution through policy. And this was a good challenge for us. So on the map, you can see the night sky brightness map of Malta. This study is conducted by University of Malta, Joseph Caruana et al. And this is showing like how light pollution is actually, how prevalent light pollution in Malta. The dark side, the darker blue side are dark areas, and the more red it means brighter. So here we have an example, for example, on the left, an example of dark sky heritage area, which is quite dark, although we still have, like just next to it, we still have a lighten up urbanized area. But on the other hand, on the right bottom of the map, you can see like very densely urbanized areas where light pollution is being an issue. So we wanted to understand the mechanism and impact of light pollution on the alkaline shearwaters first, and then tackle it through influencing policy in the long term, because we know that it's not very easy to basically mitigate the light pollution at the point level. So therefore it needs to be tackled through a nationwide policies. And then again, this action had two components. We focused on permanent light pollution, coastal light pollution from development areas, and temporary light pollution from maritime activities like bunkering, because in Malta, again, ship-to-ship bunkering is happening in front of two main colonies. So how we approach to the problem? Now we had a long-term stranded birds monitoring database, and this map is showing the number of grounded, light-induced grounded seabirds, 3 seabird species, Stormpetra, Scopolis, and Yalkovan shearwater, almost like since 70s, 80s. This is mostly volunteer-based work. When public finds a seabird on the land during day and in the fledgling season, they call BirdLife Malta, and BirdLife Malta picks the bird, rehabilitate if needed, then release. So this data is collected through these public reportings. And we started with this map or long-term monitoring data, and then during this project, during the preparatory actions, we also measured the light intensity in different colony sites of the Yalkovan shearwater, and these two helped us to understand the scale of the problem, but also identify the point sources. Like if there are, I mentioned light pollution is a nationwide issue, but there are some point sources, as we saw on the map of the light intensity, like just near the dark sky heritage area, we are having these bright areas, and then we call them point sources, and if possible, we mitigate the point sources in place. Then we selected a pilot project site in Life Archipelago Guarnia project, and this was a ferry terminal managed by our partner Transport Malta. And in this pilot project site, we also took light intensity measurements to see what's the current situation. Then we have carried out a modeling study to come up with a proposal, like if we change these lights with X, Y alternatives, then how is the light pollution will be after this. Then we also worked a lot on the logistics, agreeing with partners, because lighting is something that many actors are involved. Even this is a small site managed by a certain partner, still there are, you can find more actors in it. And we had worked a lot on this kind of logistics and administrative stuff. And now finally, this pilot project helped us to understand how complex is the mitigation actually, even if it's a small site. Then we have carried out a policy review on lighting, and also we met all of the actors in lighting in Malta, all local authorities, national authorities, to understand their role and their responsibilities. And of course, we found that it's quite complicated, as in most of the places. And this helped us to understand what are the gaps in policy. Now, combining all of these, we came up with policy recommendations, and we just recently submitted them to our Ministry of Environment, starting with the Ministry of Environment, and hopefully we will be sharing these policy recommendations with more stakeholders and policy decision makers to take their feedback until the end of the project, and then finalize it together with them, and hopefully under Afterlife plan, advocate for this light pollution policy in Malta. The policy recommendations simply say we need a policy solely on lighting in Malta. Only then we can tackle the light pollution. So here it is our pilot project site, Çirkava Ferry Terminal, and on the left you can see a drone photo of the site at night. And this is an actually area in a near dark area. So you can see that like on the right side of the site is just sea. You can see how bright it is for a dark area, and these bright white LED lights are actually having the worst impact on seabirds. And James is going to talk more about this in his talk. On the right side, you can see, again, the light intensity measurements taken on the site, and we can clearly see that light intensity is condensed in the main land area of the ferry terminal, but you can still see these lines spilling over the sea, basically lighting up the sea. And this is causing, especially young seabirds, when they are leaving their nets, causing them to become disoriented and end up on land instead of flying to the sea. And therefore we are either losing them, or thanks to the public, they are reporting and we are receiving these birds and saving them. But this is the main mechanism of light pollution. And then again, on the right map, you can see how the site will look like after we changed all the lights with the recommended lights. Of course, there are many technical details of these recommended lights. Again, James is going to talk more about these technical details. But here you can see, first we reduced the light intensity. You can see different colors representing different intensity of light in lux. Also, we stopped the spill to the sea. So this will still lighten up the area as needed, and this is a high security and safety concern area. But again, this will stop the light spill to the sea, and also this will reduce the light intensity, and especially this bright white, high color temperature lights in the area. And the project is still in the process. Now we recently ordered the lights, and hopefully we are going to replace them in the coming months. And by the end of the project, we will be able to again report the after measurements if we reach the goal here. So highlights from our light pollution work. There are actually many details to talk about light pollution. And again, we have another workshop on light pollution tomorrow. But the highlight is now we have the baseline data, especially in the context of seabird conservation. We have the data from different colonies. We have the data from the grounded birds, again, reported by public. It's still continuing. And we understood the complications. This is one of the most important things, I think, in this project, because now we know basically how to approach or what we need to tackle light pollution in Malta. And this can be, of course, a transferable experience. And we are hoping to transfer this experience to other teams, other seabird conservation teams in the Mediterranean. Then we have now strong public opinion thanks to the communication campaigns we have been running on light pollution, but also other threats. And actually, Save Dveira campaign is one of the examples. So Dveira is one of the sites in Gozo, and this is actually a Natura 2000 site and dark sky heritage area. So it needs to keep dark. But there was this one restaurant proposed a kind of once more development, and then with the collaboration of NGOs and with public support, very strong public support, we managed to reverse this decision on further development, and now Dveira kept dark. So this is actually one of the good examples showing that it's on light pollution, it's actually quite possible to form public opinion and then tackle it through, again, advocacy and policy. Now, another action in the project was disturbance from maritime activities, and this is mostly boat-based tourism in Malta and the bunkering. And on the map, again, you see the sites that we propose to our partner Transport Malta, again, these are the guidelines for the boat operators, especially commercial boat operators, basically code of conduct saying how you should operate at these sites, because these are sensitive and we have breeding seabirds here, and your season is overlapping with the breeding season of seabirds. So therefore, we propose these guidelines following our, again, comprehensive threat assessment surveys. And now still these are in the process, as Captain Fritz actually mentioned in the welcoming talk. We are still working together with Transport Malta to finalize this and hopefully have a new notice to mariners by the end of the project. Again, there will be a lot of work with boat operators following the project under Afterlife Plan. We should collaborate more with them, and ideally we should start introducing the culture of ecotourism in the boat-based tourism in Malta, because this is something we are still lacking, and we have the seabird colonies all around, so it's actually a huge value to the operations of these boat operators. And finally, our final conservation action was to reduce the impact of site users. Again, I mentioned at the beginning that Malta is a small site and human access is basically everywhere. And humans here in their culture really enjoy spend time outdoors. So we encounter many people at Notre 2000 sites where Yalquan shearwaters are also breeding. But of course, it's very difficult to realize that there's a seabird breeding because these are nocturnal species, not active during the day. And as Maria mentioned in her talk, communication is one of the challenges in seabird conservation because not everyone knows what seabird means. So during the project, we have done a lot of outreach campaigns, and we had several target groups, starting from site users, boat owners, fishers, hunters, all tourists coming in to Malta, then some companies, private companies, restaurants, cafe. They had several stakeholder groups, and we, through the project warden work, when they are working in the field, we reached to these people and usually disseminated our communication materials and had this one-by-one chat with them, talking about seabirds, their threats, etc., etc. Then, in order to measure our effort, the impact of our effort, we carried out questionnaire surveys. And on the right side, you're actually looking at a graph. This is on-site surveys with site users. And this is actually showing how before and after our communication efforts, the awareness on the major reasons for the decline of seabird species has actually changed. So for example, one obvious thing is there were a lot of I don't know answers in 2016. And when we asked the same question to the site users in 2019, we received much less I don't know, but much more informed answers. And again, like increase in light pollution, increase in predation by rats is showing actually that our communication worked at the sites. But also, of course, especially in Maltese culture, the hunting having a big component. Of course, there are many answers about illegal hunting, but also it's good to see that disturbance, the answer of disturbance is also increased. So people are actually aware that seabirds are threatened by humans again. And the second graph is from telephone surveys, this time conducted to the general Maltese public. And this was a quite representative sample actually. And again, because we also carried out communication actions through TV or in public events, public spaces, etc. Again, this has impacted, had an influence in the awareness of the general public. And we can see, again, a similar thing here. Illegal hunting response is reduced in 2019, and we have more increase in the light pollution, and also slight increase in predation by rats. So where we are now, now we have the increased knowledge about the needs of local colonies, as I mentioned, because we have carried out these extensive surveys using several methodologies. And this has a good transferability component, because in Malta now we have the good seabird team, very experienced and skilled. And now we are hoping to collaborate with more teams in the Mediterranean to transfer these skills also, not to protect only Yalquan shearwaters, but also other seabird species in the Mediterranean. We managed to improve the breeding success at rat control sites, which is now doing very good, but of course this needs to continue. Now we have better knowledge about what to do with light pollution, where to go, or what kind of approach we should take. And now we know which areas should be with less disturbance by the boat operators. So then we will, again, I mentioned, we will continue working with these people to follow this code of conduct and notice awareness in the future. And finally, we have increased awareness on the species in Malta. Hopefully, we will continue again investing our communication efforts. And where to go? Predator management should continue. Unfortunately, this is the fate of many seabird colonies, and eradication is not possible in Malta, so we have to go on with predator management. And ideally, this responsibility should be shared with the government as well. Besides predator management, we have to introduce biosecurity, because We can spend endless effort on predator management, but without biosecurity, it's not going to be efficient. We need this light pollution policy in Malta, still lighting up everywhere as needed, but reducing the impact on the seabird species. We need much more sustainable maritime activities, especially tourism, as I mentioned. More awareness on seabirds. Then we need to focus also on marine threats, because this project has been focusing on the land-based threats for the species. We need to focus more on the marine threats and follow up the work carried out by the First Life project on seabird bycatch. Then we need more international collaborations, because we all know that seabirds doesn't know political borders, so they are everywhere, anytime. And of course, all these things that I'm talked about is possible thanks to these passionate people. This is just part of the field team. There are, of course, many more people from administrative part, from communication, from management part, from partners, and thanks to all passionate people for making it possible.
Thank you, Dilek. A bit of echo going on. Okay, so we'll now pass the floor quickly to Martin, who will brief us about predator control and biosecurity measures taken in the past years, the results, and what's next for the future. Martin? Martin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, you want to switch on the video?
We're turning it on.
All right. In your hands.
You. And is Karen with us?
I am, yes. Hi, Martin. Hi, everyone.
Karen, great. Okay, so as was mentioned earlier today, invasive species are one of the biggest threats to seabirds globally, including in the Maltese Islands. So we're going to speak about the history of rat control in the Maltese seabird colonies and how we adopted this approach to other colonies in Life Archipelago Guarnia, comparing mainland sites with islet sites, how we monitored for biosecurity reasons islets where there were no rats, and also good-natured E2 traps, which were a novel approach taken in this project. And for every method, the successes and issues we had, and of course, the way forward in the future. And Karen Varnham from the RSPB is going to talk about the history of rat control in the Maltese Islands.
Hello. So yes, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the sections that I've been involved in this work. So as you've seen before from previous talks, you've seen the site at Redumt al Madonna up in northwest Malta, this flat plateau for the most part, and then these cliffs where the seabirds are nesting. As has been mentioned already, we've got this is where the Yelkawan colony was discovered in the 1960s. And since 2007, there's been a seasonal rat control program established by RSPB and the Life Yelkawan Shearwater project. I was contracted by, I was an independent contractor at the time, but I was contracted by RSPB and BirdLife Malta to set up the rat control at this site, along with my colleague Guntram Meyer. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about that now. Could you go to the next slide, please, Martin? Thank you. So as Dilek has already mentioned, full eradication of rats from Malta and from this this site at Redontal Madonna is not possible. We can't stop. We can't get rid of all the rats completely. So we knew from the start we needed to be looking at this targeted approach. How can we carry out rat control to just affect? I always say this to Martin. We just need to get the rats that are going to eat the birds. We don't need to stop any rat ever setting foot on Redontal Madonna, but we need to try and target those ones that are eating our birds. So the originally the plan was to we had these sort of wonderful, very ambitious plans to set up sort of a cordon sanitaire of rat stations across the whole of the plateau. If you can see where that across the narrowest part of the peninsula there, and try and keep the whole of the rest of the site rat free. Quickly became apparent following a site visit that really wasn't practical. You know, there's a lot of camping and recreational activity there. There was sort of a pretty much full-time resident, full-time inhabited holiday village there. So we focused on where can we achieve maximum pest control to protect the birds. We started, the initial knockdown used more than this, was sort of up into the hundreds of bait stations, but then from 2007 onwards, when we were doing the annual control of the site, this settled down to around 90 stations. We used brodifacoum for the first years of the project, and then switched to bromadiolone, which is a what you might think of as a milder product. It is less toxic to non-target species, so that was a conservation-orientated shift to this other product. The area covers around 25 hectares. You can see all those little yellow spots on that slide showing where the bait stations are. There's now around 64 stations have been in use since 2018. Yeah, rat control carried out between February and July, usually baiting and checking 1 to 3 times per month during that time. I just want to say a little bit from my work, having been involved in this project on and off from the beginning. One of the fantastic things about this project is that we've now got 14 years of really, really good data on rodent control at this site. And this has allowed us to constantly refine the way we do the pest control to meet our main aim, which is maximising benefits to seabirds while minimising risks to non-target species. The rodenticides that the project are using in this and the other sites that you've heard about are extremely toxic to most vertebrates. So we need to be very, very careful how they're used. And among the efforts that BirdLife Malta have made to mitigate the impact of using rodenticides, the rodenticide is always fixed on wires inside plastic bait stations, so it's not just left out in the open for things to eat it. Only things that can access the bait stations can get to it. Any stations in accessible areas, and there are increasingly few of these, have got labels in English and Maltese warning that they contain poison and saying not to touch them. And a phone number for if you need further information. But the key thing here has been the regular detailed checks of the stations by field staff. So they're looking for signs of rat activity, but they're also monitoring activity by small animals which can get into the stations. And if there are persistent problems, then stations are either moved or taken away completely. And these checks enable staff to identify stations with no rat activity or not much rat activity, those which aren't helping the seabirds. So this is reviewed every few years, and as I say, we're now down to 64 stations in constant use, and these are the ones that show signs of rat activity and are in areas where birds are vulnerable. So as I say, we're not looking to stop any rat, ever setting foot in the bird colony, but we're looking to try and focus the pest control on that small number of rats that are causing the problems. Yes, so this has been, as I say, a rare opportunity to carry out a long-term study. Really useful data coming out of this. Thank you. So back to Martin.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah. Can you hear me? Anyway, thank you, Karen. This is the approach we then adopted in Life Archipelago Garnia and adopted into several more colonies to cover around 50% of the Maltese population of Jelco and Shearwater. We had Maestral Nature and History Park, St. Paul's Island, Comino Cominoto, and a site in Gozo, Isopu, in addition to continuing, of course, to work at Redontal Madonna. Our main aim, as Karen has already touched on, was to use the minimum number of bait stations and the minimum number of bait. So we had to find sites which were accessible. Like in the photo is the Change Cliffs with multiple inaccessible ledges, which would really put a lot of pressure on the small fieldwork team. So we didn't view this as feasible. But also differences between sea cliffs, like to the north in the map is the sea cliffs of Maestral colony in orange, where rats can only reach the colony from top of the cliff. In contrast to the southern part of the colony, where there are extensive boulder scree areas, and of course the rats can both reach from the boulder scree as well as from the top of the cliff. So the latter part, the southern part, is not feasible to use anticoagulate baiting. So this is the main part of Maestral colony. It's a typical sea cliff area, the Elquans nest on the ledges, which we abseil to, but we also bait on top, as can be seen in the map. And we started off with the minimum number of bait stations, but increased them as we went along, when we still found that rats were reaching the colony. And yeah, that shows that it's really important to also bait within the colony sites where possible. This is bait consumption graphs that are typical from mainland side, where rats continue reaching the colony throughout the season, but there are no major increases in bait take, which is really good. Then we have the different scenario, which are islets like St. Paul Island, where we try to eradicate rats seasonally at least. However, they are only 100 meters from the mainland, so rats can easily swim this distance and continually reach the colony. St. Paul Island has around 45 to 75 breeding pairs of Yelkwan shearwater, and we cover the islets with a grid of 50 by 50 meters in bait stations. The first year we did this was amazing. The bait consumption was really high in the first 2-3 rounds and then dropped off completely. That's what you want to see in an eradication attempt. And even better, the rats didn't invade the islands in large numbers between 2018 and 19. So the bait consumption in 19 was really low. Amazing results. In 2020, the results were less positive, and we had continuous bait take, very high bait take, which either indicates that both rats were continuously swimming over, reaching the islets, as well as there might have been rats on the islets not consuming bait, therefore not dying, and continuously producing offspring. We also noted an increase of house mice on the island, and therefore next year we should consider tightening the grid, having 25 by 25 meter grid system, and also visiting the islet more frequently in the beginning of the season, despite problems with rough seas, to make sure that we never run out of bait in the bait stations, because this means that rats do not reach their lethal dose with such multiple feed baits, and do not die before they realize that something's wrong and therefore avoid the bait in the future. Our other islet with eradication attempt is Cominoto. It has 70 to 100 pairs of Yelkwan shearwater, so it's another important site, but it's found right next to one of Malta's busiest tourist spots, the Blue Lagoon. Yeah, and it's within swimming distance for rats. In 2018, we did rat control just in the colony, and this worked quite well, but we wanted to try an eradication attempt to see if we could keep rats away from the islet for longer periods. So we covered again in a grid of 50 by 50 bait stations. This worked also quite well, and you can compare the bait take of Cominoto on your on the right-hand side with Comino, which is basically a mainland cliff site on your left, and you can see that the bait take on Cominoto is much lower than Comino. The rats have a physical barrier, the sea, and therefore incur in smaller numbers. But unfortunately, even though we got rid of all the rats in 2019, which is the green line, rats have reached the islets between 2019 and 2020, and we again had rat signs in 2020. It's still better than the results from St. Paul Island from this year. Then we're lucky to have one islet in the Maltese Islands, which is completely rat-free, and we hope that it remains that way. But we should not take this for granted. Even though rats cannot swim the distance between mainland Malta to Filfla, they can still jump off a ship, they can swim from a fishing boat, or even accidentally be taken over with us permitted researchers who visit the island from time to time. So together with ERA, we developed a biosecurity checklist to make sure that everyone who's permitted to go to the islet make sure that we don't carry rats on board or in our backpacks and so on. And even more importantly, we monitor for rats through non-toxic wax blocks and are prepared that if we do find signs, we act immediately through an eradication attempt. Then we have some sea caves that where we thought were rat-free. We didn't find signs in the first years of the project, but we realized that rats can reach these caves from time to time as well, highlighting the importance to keep monitoring. One such cave is in Wade Babu, with around 12 accessible Yelkwan shearwater nests. And unfortunately, a rat or several rats made it to this cave this year. Luckily, we managed to get rid of one of them, but that was already after it had predated the Yelkwan chick. Another case of a rat-free site, which then we realized had rat incursions anyway, is Fungus Rock, El Jablat Al General in Gozo. It's only 30 meters from the mainland, but rats seem to not make it to the islet every year because of the sheer cliffs. But we found lots of signs in 2019 and 20. Like this is our classical, or Karen's actually, classical monitoring tool, the non-toxic chocolate wax block, which shows the rat marks really well. And we also use camera traps. Yeah, and we encourage the local authorities to make a decision on eradicating the rats from Fungus Rock before the impacts are larger than they already are. Then we just want to touch upon these E2 traps by Good Nature. They work through a pressurized gas cylinder, which when triggered moves a large piston that kills the rat instantaneously and therefore is humane. We realized quite quickly in the project that we should avoid ledges where there are lizards or skinks. Fortunately, we had some incidences on Kominoto, but after this, we've had no cases of non-target kills. And the Good Nature traps work really well in caves or ledges where we cannot access frequently enough to do anticoagulant baiting. But they also work much better in areas or periods of the year where we do not do anticoagulant baiting. So for example, in Irdumet Delhi, which I showed you previously, where the area of the scree is so large that baiting is not feasible, we've popped in a few E2 traps around the main nesting areas as at least some sort of security to the birds. Of course, we're not saying that this is enough, but it's a low maintenance and non-toxic way of controlling rats where anticoagulant baiting is not feasible. Yeah, to the successes, in 2018 and 19, we ringed a record number of nestlings and fledglings of Yelkwan shearwater in the Maltese Islands. It's been a great 2 years, and although the 2020 season is not over, and we hope to ring some more Yelkwan fledglings, it looks like it's also a good year. Of course, this is not only thanks to higher reproductive success through rat control, but also because we've done a lot of effort and monitored more colonies through this project. I won't go into detail into this slide because Dilek has already described it really well. So I will go to another way of us measuring the success of rat control. This is thanks to Stefan Oppel from the RSPB, who helped us with the analysis. It results from our ringing data market capture of adult Yerkwan shearwaters since 2012. And we've shown that in 18 and 19, the Yerkwan shearwater populations, there is an apparent increase. We do not think that this is a sudden increase in the actual population, but rather adult birds staying for longer throughout the season because their nests are not predated by rats, and therefore the chances of us catching the birds is higher, and therefore the statistical models used on the ringing data show this increase. So the future, we've shown through this project and previous projects that annual seasonal rat control is the only way to control rats in a way to increase reproductive success of the Yerkwan shearwater. We've also shown that rat behavior fluctuates and we have to take an adaptive approach. No year is the same and changes happen within the seasons as well and from site to site. And reproductive success has to be increased also through other measures. Like we look forward to work with bycatch, for example, on bycatch. But back to rat control, we need to make sure that we don't sustain rats through a lot of litter, and therefore we look forward to continuing working with other stakeholders to manage waste better in our colony sites. And we also think we should start looking at alien plants that might have fruits that sustain rats on islets, and also on large boats that might carry rats that then reach islets like St. Paul's Islands and Kominoto.
So just a last contribution from me. So I think we've seen, and we're going to be celebrating over the next couple of days, the many achievements of this project. And we've just heard a little bit about Martin's ideas for the future, necessary ideas for the future. But having been involved with this project on and off for the last 13 years, I'd just like to make a few comments about the wider value of projects like this in general, and the Archipelago Guinea project in particular. Firstly, I think the big value of this project is that it has been long-term, that it's the latest of 3 consecutive projects, and we know there's going to be at least one more, and I have every hope that that will continue into the future. And also that it's long-term and it's wide-ranging, addressing multiple threats and involving multiple project partners and engaging with multiple sections of society. And this length and breadth are really important in getting results used for effective conservation. Because conservation has to be evidence-based, but the opportunities to gather this crucial evidence on which to base these decisions are really rare. And conservation tends to work on, very small budgets. We saw that wonderful work earlier from John in the early years of discovering and learning about the bird life on Malta. It's typically done by people who would do it for nothing and would put up with really awkward conditions in which to do it. But we need proper funding to continue this work over a longer period. So many projects, unfortunately, have been very narrow in their scope, and their impacts are very short-lived and hard to measure. And as John mentioned in his talk, these are very long-lived birds. They need long-lived, they need long-term solutions to have big impacts on their breeding success. Second point, this dedication to collecting high-quality evidence. As a scientist and conservation practitioner, it has been an absolute joy to work on a project which takes data collection so seriously and uses that data in pretty much real time to inform the next steps of what's happening. And this is how best practice is developed. And this project has been really influential in developing best practice for long-term rodent control, safe, effective long-term rodent control around seabird colonies. I mentioned that data has been collected, analysed and fed back into the planning process for future activities. So the only thing left to do is to make sure that this data is made as widely available as possible for scientists, site managers, policymakers and funders. So this is already, this painstaking work of the BirdLife Malta field team is already influencing, and the advances they've made, that's already influencing work elsewhere in the world. Nick mentioned in his talk that the Life Artina project in Croatia, where Martin and I have already been helping to build capacity for rodent control, and another key conservation island group in Europe. I'm using it in my work in the UK, where we're using some of the findings from the Maltese work about particularly about the reinvasion rates of these nearshore islands. We're using that planning rat control on some of our islands. And we are also discussing this more widely with I know BirdLife Malta and RSPB are discussing these findings more widely with colleagues in Europe and elsewhere. So yeah, these results can help seabird conservation around the world. We need to make sure they're made as widely available as possible. So I think just to set the results of this project in a wider context, it's really groundbreaking work, which is going to inform other projects and could help protect seabirds worldwide. I think this is one of the big advantages of LIFE projects, that they can be used to fund the time and resources needed to find out what works, and then to fund multiple strands of work to ensure that the aims of the project are met. I'm aware that my area of speciality, the good rat control, rat control, is just a small part of the picture, and we need to continue reaching out to site users, the wider community, businesses and governments to really cement the long-term findings of this project. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Karen. It's been a pleasure to work with you over these years and for your input. And just a few examples of what we need to do with more stakeholders in the future. We wanted to highlight the work at Irdum, where Irdum Tal Madonna, where despite reaching out to the local council and ERA, speaking to site users, doing multiple cleanups, we unfortunately still have sites like this till today, with too much litter just above the cliffs where the Erpan shearwaters nest, which obviously sustains and increases the rat population. And I wanted to highlight that rat control is not a barrier, like it's not foolproof. Rats can still make it down to the cliffs and predate, in this case, a storm petrel nest in Irdum Tal Madonna. Storm petrels are establishing there thanks to rat control, but it means that we really have to be careful not to sustain rat populations throughout the summer when the Erpan shearwaters are gone. Yeah. And we would like to see closed rat-proof bins in Natura 2000 sites in the Maltese Islands, because rats are really good climbers. That's how they reach the cliffs. So that means that an open bin is really easy to reach for a rat. Yeah. And as rat control will be a continuous process throughout the years, so is public outreach and public awareness. We need to continue making the public aware of the problem of litter in coastal sites. And frequent waste collection. One success we had through the project working with Malta Tourism Authority was that waste collected from Blue Lagoon did not only occurred in the morning and afternoon, but also in the evening. So that waste was not left on the island at night. That's when the rats are active and would eat the litter. So that was a good success, and we hope that this is transferred to other places in the Maltese Islands. And yeah, the photo is not very good, but the Sopuntia has succulent fruits that the rats love. This is from St. Paul Island. And removing these invasive plants would mean that there would be less food for the rats and they wouldn't sustain populations throughout the autumn. And while indigenous trees are really good and we should encourage afforestation, we should also be very careful in coastal sites, especially where Erpan shearwaters nest, because some of these indigenous species, like the Aleppo pine, could also offer a very good food source for rats, like pine cones. So we should have some thought in the bigger picture. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot, not only to the attendees today, but to the great colleagues and volunteers throughout these years. It's been a really pleasurable experience to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. We have a few questions which we'll be able to hopefully answer between you and Karen. One of them is from Dr. Joe Dublé, who's asking if we ever had any evidence that the bait is being consumed by other animals and whether there has been any secondary poisoning that we've encountered over the years.
So we do register all other invertebrates, or not other invertebrates that we have in the bait stations, but invertebrates are not affected by the bait since they are not mammals or reptiles. But we haven't registered secondary poisoning of other animals eating then the invertebrates. And of course, the base stations are closed, so there's only a limited number of animals that can make it inside. I don't know if Karen wants to add something.
Sorry, Martin, to crush you. No, absolutely. We are very aware of the potential risks for primary poisoning of other species, where other species consume the bait directly, and secondary poisoning, where species consume small creatures which have got into the bait stations and consume the bait directly. So we're very, very aware of these things, and that's what's behind our guiding aim, which is all about maximising chances of killing rats while doing everything we can to minimise the chances of impacting on non-target species. So we're very aware of this. As I said, Martin's team are monitoring, that they are keeping extremely fine-grade data about what they're finding in the bait stations and what's taking the bait, and if we're finding constant take by non-target species, then stations would be moved or removed completely. So yeah, we're very aware of that, and we do all we can to minimise those risks.
Thanks, Karen. We also have another question, whether the consumption of bait on St. Paul's Islands is related to the lack of available food on the mainland. And maybe if the fact that there were maybe less people during the COVID period on the island has had an effect.
But I think the ongoing consumption of bait on St. Paul's indicates is that we have most likely got a constant reinvasion of rats. The other alternative is that we've got rats there that have suddenly developed resistance to this rodenticide. I don't see a particular mechanism by which, or do you think lack of available food on the mainland is causing them to disperse more? So perhaps they're more likely to go to the islands and eat rodenticide there. That's a possible mechanism. Yeah, I couldn't comment on the reasons behind that.
I really doubt that COVID had anything to do with the constant incursions this year. It's not only people visiting the coast, but also other activities like fish farming, which has a lot of storage of food very close to the St. Paul Islands. And of course, Bujibba and St. Paul are also close to the islands and constantly inhabited by people. Yeah.
Okay, we also have another question, whether there are any chemical interventions which can reduce the rat's reproductive success, which maybe we might have considered during the lifetime of this project.
There are, that question may be referring to the possibility of immunocontraception, which has been proven as a concept and has been used in large mammal control, but there isn't currently a vector available that would make that effective for small mammals such as rodents. So it's something that's in the pipeline. Potentially that could have real benefits, and again, would be wonderful if we could find a way of getting that into rats in a very specific way, so no other species are affected. The problem with anything involving contraception and is that most mammals have got very similar, their reproductive systems are governed in very similar ways, so you need to make sure it's not going to be accessible to any other mammal species. There's potential for it, but it's nowhere near being used in the field yet. But we are very keenly monitoring any possible improvements in developments in rat control that are coming up that could be used to still give us effective pest control, but would minimise still further the risks to non-target species.
Thanks. And one final question, whether is it possible to put baits to control rats along the coastline as a measure to prevent rats going to St. Paul's Islands?
Again, we could, but those aren't the rats that are eating our birds. It's probably, and again, we are constantly monitoring the data, and we are still drilling down into why we've had this apparent constant rate of reinvasion in 2020. But it is likely that the rat population around that the headland opposite St. Paul's Island, that rats are moving from that population to St. Paul's Island at a very low rate. A very small proportion of those rats are swimming to the island. It would, in my view, be overkill, and it would not meet the best practice requirements of how one plans the use of rodenticide to kill those rats on spec. All we will be doing is creating a constant supply of poisoned rats that are being released into the ecosystem and could be eaten by scavengers or non-target species. So yes, I totally see the logic of that, and it's something we considered, but as I say, our focus is very much on using the minimum amount of rodenticide possible to give us the maximum benefit for the birds we're trying to protect.
We have another question which just came in. I think it mostly refers to the preparatory stages of when we started the rat control work. But the question is, if there is a chance to estimate the population of rats for each target colony, so to combine these results with the needed rat eradication effort.
So yeah, we did this in the first 2 years of the project in 16 and 17 through multiple methods like trail cameras, snap trap, transects, to identify the colonies that are most impacted. However, the colonies with most birds and where it was feasible to work are also all impacted by rats. So there wasn't any colony where we decided, okay, there is no impact of rats, we don't need to do rat control here. It's a pervasive problem in all the elephant shearwater colonies which we can reach.
And I think just to add to that point, it didn't really, as Martin says, the important thing was that rats were there. And because these weren't self-contained populations, as soon as we started targeting those rats, more rats would move in. So all we really needed to know was whether rats were present, full stop. And if they were present, they were always going, because we couldn't eradicate the whole population, we knew they were always going to be moving in. But the indices of abundance that Martin carried out, although they didn't give us a population number, they did give us an idea of, well, they basically just showed us there were rats everywhere that we looked. Yeah.
Okay, one final question from me, just to also kind of conclude on the context of the different methodologies that we've used. So we've used the good nature traps and also the Brodifacoum and the bromadiolone. So would we look at the good nature traps as being the ultimate solution after all, as a non-toxic way, or do we still need to keep using rat bait and poison?
I guess the answer for now is no. We cannot just use good nature traps, but for sure we should continue experimenting and increasing perhaps the number in certain areas, like Ridum Delhi would be a good place, and even to have them during the autumn season when we do not do rat control with anticoagulant bait, to prevent the numbers increasing in between field seasons.
Yeah, I think the good natures have been, they were one of the things we wanted to trial during the project to see whether they would work. There are some excellent results of them being used on New Zealand islands. We don't seem to have replicated that success on islands where they've been trialled so far in Europe that I'm aware of. They're going to be an important part of our armoury, but they're no silver bullet. They are not this fantastic new effective thing that is going to completely overtake the use of rodenticides at the moment. But as I say, our overriding aim is always to minimise the amount of rodenticide we're using, and they are something that is helping us to do that, albeit at the moment in a fairly small way. Though, as Martin says, other sites have been identified where they may have a role.
Okay, thanks Karen, thanks Martin. Let's move on to the other session. We have James ready as our light pollution officer until he gets ready. So we're going to be, this light project has basically taken a new step, or rather advanced our fight against light pollution. We knew, as has been explained before, that there was the issue of Yelko and shearwaters, especially juveniles, being stranded as a result of light pollution, but we never really took it on our behalf to measure and quantify the issue of light pollution. So this project has enabled us to get a better idea of the impact of light pollution on the seabird populations. And we have done some very interesting studies focused on some specific areas where we knew or we anticipated that there would be a problem. And also we have piloted, and hopefully in the coming weeks we will have some results also from some pilot projects that we have been able to undertake with our partners. James is ready.
Yeah, sure am.
Okay. So, do you have the camera available?
We'll do in 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Can you
Okay.
see me? Yeah, see and hear me.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, in your hands.
All right. Thanks very much, Nick. Okay, so yes, as Nick said, I'll be talking about light pollution, specifically what the situation is in the Maltese Islands and the efforts made in this project in order to mitigate the problem. Now, I'm sure many people listening to this talk are aware of light pollution, but I'll just give a very brief introduction into what light pollution actually is. Well, for a long time, we've known that light pollution is not a novel problem. Ever since artificial light was first introduced into the nocturnal environment, it was well documented that plants and animals had their behaviors impacted by this novel disruptive force. And of course, it disrupts our ability to see the stars. However, the problem of light pollution has really grown in recent years. And this coincides with increased development and urbanization, but also as new technologies were introduced. And we'll be touching on some of those a little bit later. Now, light is a pervasive pollutant, and it's capable of affecting sensitive sites where the use of artificial light is otherwise prohibited from a long way off. Now, it's also, fortunately, an entirely avoidable pollutant, and one that can be minimized to almost negligible levels if you follow simple and effective guidance. Now, to understand the problem of light pollution and how to resolve it, it's important to have a little bit of background knowledge. And I'd like to thank Dorian Grech for letting us use this fantastic image of Thulfla with the Milky Way above it. I think it really illustrates the point that the nocturnal environment should be protected. Now, darkness is, why is it so important? Well, darkness is an integral part of a healthy and stable environment. It's an irrefutable part of nature. But why is this? Well, virtually all life on Earth has evolved with this natural cycle of day and night. And it's this rhythm of light and dark that governs important biochemical and behavioral processes in plants and animals. And it's where this rhythm is disrupted that we run into problems and we see ecosystems going awry. It's also important to understand what is light pollution. Well, light pollution is classically defined as the inappropriate or excessive use of artificial light at night. And levels of artificial light at night are increasing dramatically across the globe, particularly in more developed countries, and often in line, like I said earlier, with urbanization, or where older lighting schemes of low intensity lighting are upgraded to higher intensity fittings that produce an awful lot of light pollution indeed. Now, there's three main components to light pollution. Firstly is glare. This happens when light shines directly into the eyes of the observer. It's a dangerous form of light pollution as it can even disable your vision. I'm sure a lot of you drive cars. If you've ever had a car driving towards you on a dark road with their high beams on, you have to slow down, take evasive maneuvers. So glare is a quite significant part for the human aspect of light pollution. Of course, there's also light trespass, and this is where light shines where it's not required. And finally, sky glow, which is a more compound problem arising from poorly designed lighting schemes that cause light either to shine directly up into the sky or when it is reflected off of surfaces such as roads and buildings and water bodies as well. Now, these three main components are exacerbated by the increased prevalence of high intensity lighting, especially bright white LEDs. Now, these LEDs contain a lot of blue light wavelengths, which has been shown to be the most harmful, not only for human health, but also for in an ecological perspective. The reason being is that blue wavelengths are scattered more in the atmosphere, and so they become more pervasive as a result. Now, what is the situation of light pollution in the Maltese Islands? Well, Malta was actually once famed for its pristine dark skies. In fact, it was a very important astronomical observatory, but when artificial light at night started seeping into nocturnal environments, the
situation in Malta quickly degraded. Recently, in 2016, Malta was identified as the 17th most light polluted country according to population size. In fact, the Milky Way is now not visible for up to 89% of the Maltese population due to the severe levels of light pollution that exist here. Now, why is light pollution a particular concern in the Maltese Islands from a seabird perspective? Well, as we've heard previously, the Maltese Islands support a significant populations of seabirds. That's the Skopelu shearwater, Jelkoan shearwater, and of course the Mediterranean storm petrel. And their distribution really is across anywhere there's a cliff or an islet or a sea cave. Although they are quite fussy breeders, Malta has an abundance of sites for them to breed in. Now, these species are particularly vulnerable to artificial light at night. The reason being is that they're most active around their colonies during the darkest periods of night. And the influence of that artificial light exerts is so powerful that it is capable of reducing breeding habitat quality and, more severely, the mortality of young birds every year. Now, as I was saying, they are so dependent on natural darkness that their continued existence in the Maltese Islands is jeopardized by artificial light at night. Now, they are so sensitive to levels of light at night that even the light of the full moon can cause a significant reduction in activity of adult birds around their cliffs. This is because when they return from fishing and foraging, they return to land during the darkest hours of night in order to avoid predators as they fly up to their cliff sites. On the same note, the young birds, the fledglings, when they leave on their maiden flight, they will leave under the cover of darkness, again, to avoid predators, but also using natural light cues, such as celestial light bodies like the moon and the stars, in order to orientate themselves and to fly out to the safety of sea. And the way that light pollution interferes with these natural behaviors of these birds occurs via two main methods. Now, the first one I will talk about is light-induced groundings. Now, light-induced groundings are a global phenomenon. Anywhere you have shearwater or petrels or even burrow-nesting seabirds, you will inevitably have light-induced groundings if there is an urban center nearby. Now, light-induced groundings in Malta occur every year for all three species. We don't have it in exactly the same number. It's not such a drastic problem for us, but it is an increasing threat. Simply put, light-induced groundings or fallout occurs when fledgling birds become disorientated by bright light arising from terrestrial sources of artificial light. And they'll fly towards those instead of out to sea. And I think this picture really illustrates that. This is actually taken from inside that largest Jelkoan shearwater colony in Malta, Eardam Talmadonna. And this is what the fledgling birds see as they exit the cave. The brightest point is clearly coming from land, and that provides the strongest cue. The exact mechanisms as to why they're attracted to light is uncertain, but this is certainly the cause. And if we zoom in, we can see what is causing this issue. Well, this is a large urban center on the coast of the north of Malta. It's St. Paul's Bay. In fact, I actually live in St. Paul's Bay. And we've been running an awful lot of mitigation efforts in this area. Now, fledglings, they'll fly towards these bright lights and they'll fly over the top of them until they're exhausted or until they hit an obstacle in their path. And when they do, they'll hit the ground and they'll be unable to become airborne again and make their way to the sea due to their physiological limitations. Now, once they're on ground, they are incredibly vulnerable to either being hit by a car or being predated by stray cats and dogs, or even succumbing to exposure, hunger, and thirst. Now, BirdLife Malta has kept a database over the last 40 years detailing every light-induced grounding case that is reported to us. And during this project, in order to better understand the problem areas for this light-induced groundings, we mapped these in order to see which areas we should focus mitigation efforts. Now, each case was assigned to the nearest contiguous area, So we've had to lump some villages and towns together. If you've ever been to Malta, one town runs into the next. So it's quite a reasonable thing to do here. Now, these areas are the main areas, the worst areas for light-induced groundings. They share similar characteristics. Primarily, they're located along the coast, and they're either urban or industrial centers, and they have they're incredibly brightly lit, and a lot of light pollution arises from them. And as I was saying, worryingly, the trend for light-induced groundings is increasing at a near exponential rate. Now, there's three main reasons behind this. Primarily, the increased levels of artificial light at night. You can see sort of in between 2000 and 2010, this is when LED technology, especially bright white light, became increasingly prevalent in public lighting. And so there's a corresponding increase in the number of grounding cases reported. But also, you cannot factor out the increase in the human population, so there's an increased chance of encounter. And as Nick was saying earlier, we've run this is now our third successive life project, and annually we've been running media campaigns in order to highlight the plight of these birds, and so increase the chances that these birds are reported. Unfortunately, the public doesn't always report dead birds, or so that's also something to take into account. Now I'll move on to colony attendance, and this is a particular problem in Malta. Malta is a very densely populated island with high levels of development, and as natural areas are ever more increasingly encroached upon, we find that colony attendance and habitat quality for breeding shearwaters and petrels is being reduced. Now, again, there's two types of light pollution that we need to consider, and the first I'll talk about is temporary light pollution. Well, temporary light pollution here in Malta is primarily caused by ships that are bunkering in shallow areas of sea directly opposite shearwater colonies. Now, these ships are awaiting fuel transfer because it's much cheaper for them to take on fuel whilst they're at sea rather than being out, rather than waiting for their turn in dock. And whilst they're having fuel transferred to them, they are brightly illuminated, and rightly so for safety reasons. But the problem is that they remain brightly illuminated in order to avoid collisions. So we have an intense source, and it looks like football stadiums floating out at sea, and they are illuminating the cliff face where the birds are breeding. And we obtained ship positional data, or AIS data. And again, we analyzed this during the project in order to see how these designated bunkering areas are being used. Now, this black sort of polygon represents designated offshore bunkering area. The blue areas here are the Elcho and shearwater colonies, and we use a combination of technology in order to measure the effects of light pollution on the cliff face darkness, and the activity of the birds. Now, in one cave, we set up an RFID system, and we tagged several birds in order to record each time one of them entered or exited the cave. And to measure the brightness of the sky quality of the dark face, we used of the cliff face, we used a sky quality meter. Now, sky quality meters measure in magnitudes per arc second squared, so we had to convert these into candelas per meter squared, which is a more appropriate measurement when dealing with illumination. And this is where it gets a little technical, but this is a luminance graph of the cliff face for 2017 through to 2019. The black circles represent each recording, a period of 10 minutes each recording night. And you can see that it flows with the natural moon phase. So the peaks in illuminance correspond largely with when the moon is brightest, so during the full moon. Now, the red lines indicate when a bunkering event has taken place. And especially here, you can see that in sort of late March, in late March, a bunkering event caused a level of illuminance almost to the equivalent of the following full moon. So it's something that we thought warranted further investigation. And when actually seeing the effect that the number of ships had on the illuminance of the cliff face, we found that indeed they did light up the cliff face to the equivalent of the full moon. Now, full moon is typically between 0.005 candela per meter squared to 0.01, but it can be as bright as 0.032. Now, we had to convert these into lux as well. I can share the link to the study when we put these out. But the most important area to look at here is that before moonrise and before the moon is in the sky, ships are already having an effect equivalent to the light of a full moon. And when there is moon in the sky, they are having an augmentative effect. So they're increasing the brightness of the cliff face even when the moon is present. Now, this is of particular concern during critical times of year. So when it's hatching or early chick rearing, which might cause the shearwaters to stay away. These grey hashed lines, when there was a bunkering event, there was a corresponding drop in shearwater activity. This is a full moon, and there's an obvious drop in shearwater activity. Again, in between full moons, we have bunkering events here, and a corresponding drop in shearwater activity. So, although it might not be a constant problem, this certainly can cause a significant change in behavior of adult birds returning to the cliff. And during those critical times of year, like I said, hatching and early chick rearing, when the chicks really need to be cared for, this is when we can have some problems, and it could have implications on the future health and survival of those chicks. Now, there is permanent light pollution as well. Much of Maltese Islands is highly developed, and permanent light pollution is certainly a growing problem. Now, we wanted to create an inventory of how these shearwater colonies were doing as they're scattered across the Maltese Islands. And it's important to note that anecdotal evidence has suggested that already some colonies have been abandoned or due to nearby development and the resulting light pollution. Now, we commissioned a study from two astronomers from the Light Pollution Awareness Group here in Malta, and to better understand the types of light affecting colonies and how bad it was. Now, to understand the types of lights, they used 360 degrees panoramic photos, and this really highlights the type of light affecting the site and where it's coming from. So these photos are from the Santa Maria colony on the island of Camino, which is meant to be a dark sky heritage area. But you can see that bright white, blue LED lights from the neighboring island of Gozo are having a significant effect on the sky glow area of the site. And these were done in conjunction with sky quality meters. Now, sky quality meters usually take 1 point directly up to the zenith in order to look at the sky brightness. Instead, a sky quality meter was attached to a tiltable table that was able to take recordings at every single angle and azimuth to cover the entire celestial hemisphere. And when these were plotted, it gives a representation of how badly the site is affected by light pollution. And there was many sites that we looked at, but just to give a brief description, Halfar is a large industrial area, and there's a Scopely shearwaters colony about 50 meters away from the nearest factory. So you can see there's an intense source of light pollution arising from the north of the site. And the darkest point, which should normally be above the observer, is skewed far off down to the southwest. And again, there's the rural area of Formirir. Now, Formirir is a secluded bay, and it's far away from any intense lighting. And you can see the darkest point is almost above the observer. Now, we mapped these in order to see which colonies were affected, and you can see many of them are affected by significant levels of light pollution. The worst affected, Weed Babu, here in the south of the country, is about 42 times brighter than a pristine dark sky. And even the darkest one, which is San Lorenz, the Arb colony, is about 4 times brighter. So they're all affected. None are what we would consider pristine dark skies. Now, once we had conducted these initial surveys, we also did a few more fine-scale approaches. The first is drone surveys. We flew a drone over areas identified by that study, in order to better understand the types of lights, see if we can identify single stakeholders in order to promote mitigation methods towards them. And this is just a quick preview, a quick summary of what we found. So there's problem areas in urban areas, again, it's St. Paul's Bay, but you can see there's a bright white ring of light around the coastline here. And this is when these lights were upgraded in 2016 to bright white LEDs. And you can see there's quite a high conflict between the older high pressure sodium lights that are inside the town. We also have football stadiums here, and this is a water polo club as well, but that's more sort of temporary lighting. The biggest problem, obviously, is a large scale, all these lights, they're left on all night. Similar to urban areas, there's industrial areas as well. Now there's a lot of factories, especially down in the south of the country. Again, you can see the conflicting between the old and the new. And there's quite a common habit of using lights that would otherwise be conforming to best practices in an otherwise damaging manner, which is up tilting them so that a lot of their light is given off as light pollution. And of course, there's essential infrastructure as well. Now, this is quite rightly lit in order to provide safety for the vehicles and pedestrians that use the site during the night. But during the later hours, the ferry schedule becomes longer, and there's no longer that requirement to have the site lit up. And the Chikewa Ferry Terminal is actually, as Dilek was mentioning earlier, the site that we chose to do our pilot project study into light mitigation efforts. Now, there's also future problems, which are largely low development areas. This is Armere. This is actually just around the corner from Chikewa. You can see it's a really stark contrast. This is the older high pressure sodium lighting. It's that amber lighting traditionally used in street lighting. But you can imagine when this is upgraded to LEDs that the problem will magnify. And again, this is a pre-upgrade urban area, a lot of high pressure sodiums. But when this is upgraded to LEDs, we will really push for this to be upgraded to conform with the current best practices. Now, how easy is it to actually mitigate light pollution? Well, fortunately, it's very easy, and the benefits are instantaneous. The first way is to use full cutoff fixtures. This means that there's no light passing beyond the horizon. And to keep the intensity low, don't use lights that are too bright for the task in hand. There's minimum levels of illuminance that have been published by several standards committees across the world. And there's one in Europe as well, which is highly relevant to what we're trying to achieve. Also, direct light to where it's needed. This minimizes light trespass. There's no point in illuminating sensitive areas when all you're trying to provide light for is a roadway or a pedestrian footpath. Also, try and use lighting schedules where possible. This means that you're using lights when it's most needed, so during peak hours of traffic or peak hours of pedestrian movement, and you can even turn lights off overnight when they're not required. And again, minimize blue light. Try and cut out all those blue wavelengths and use amber light or warm white lighting instead. And finally, reduce reflected light. You can change the type of tarmac, or stop using so many mirrors in your buildings, or keep your curtains shut, for example. Now, there are no large-scale light pollution mitigation projects that have taken place in Malta just yet. Fortunately, we have some in the pipe, but they're still coming through. Now, this is a town called La Patrie in Canada, and I think it's a very good demonstration. Now, it's actually situated very close to an observatory, and you can see at first, this is their before shot, lots of semi-cut-off lighting. There's lights being trespassing onto private properties, and the cultural monument, the church, is being strongly uplit, and there's some glare evidence as well. So it's got all the main components of light pollution. Now, this is after they converted to their more efficient and environmentally sensitive lighting. Now, it might look quite a dramatic change from these photos, so I'll take you down to street level. So this is before. You can see there's a lot of glare, there's light trespass. This person's probably not slept well in months. And there's an awful lot of, the essential infrastructure sort of blends into the surrounding landscape. And this is after. So you can see it's really just the roadway that has been illuminated. This person's finally sleeping again, and they actually converted to more efficient lighting. So it saves on the locality's energy bill as well. Now, during the project, we came up with some seabird specific recommendations. Primarily use a correlated color temperature, which is how the human eye perceives the color of light, of less than 3000 Kelvin in urban areas, and less than 2700 Kelvin in rural and protected areas. That's a more amber light compared to a warm white light. Also, prohibit the non-essential lighting of the marine environment. This is quite important because you can have otherwise conforming luminaires or light fixtures that still produce an awful lot of light spill onto that sensitive marine environment. And again, to reduce the visual impact of coastal luminaires as viewed from the sea. So instead of having the light facing the sea, install it so it's facing inland instead. And also the seasonal restrictions on lighting. So if you know when your birds are going to start fledging, you can dictate a different light schedule according to those times. And we produced this document, best practice guidelines document for ecologically responsible lighting, which will disseminate to stakeholders by the end of the project. Now, we met an awful lot of stakeholders during this project. First up were the government agencies. Now, these were people and bodies responsible for large-scale lighting projects or street lighting, and also people who enforced light pollution legislation. There were local councils as well. These were councils selected for being light-induced grounding hotspots. NGOs as well, responsible for cultural buildings on the coastline that have been illuminated in the past, and private companies that own large facilities in sensitive marine areas or close to breeding colonies as well. Now, from those stakeholder meetings and the background and the feedback we got, we also reviewed the current legislation in order to advocate changes to the current legislation. Now, currently, the Maltese government has actually completed their review and published guidelines of their own for light pollution, and will be taking part in the process in order to really tailor these towards seabird-friendly lighting. Now, we also published our recommendations for changes to policy and legislation on coastal light pollution, many of which do overlap with the government's own recommendations. Now, it's important to note that our legislation is designed to reduce light pollution, safeguard breeding habitats, and reduce light-induced mortality without compromising the safety and security of the public. It's very possible to reduce light pollution, but still maintain appropriate illumination levels for the public. Now, what is the future of light pollution mitigation efforts in the Maltese Islands? Well, here we have a very well-defined problem. We know where the problem areas are, and we have good contacts now with the largest stakeholders. But overall, the biggest need is to have a national policy on light pollution. Several European member states have already adopted light pollution legislation, which we think is particularly strong in reducing the problem, and is something that hopefully Malta can emulate in the future. Also, it's very important to keep up the public awareness of the problem. During the last 12 years, we've seen a huge uptake of information from the public, and we've even started noticing on social media that people are talking more and more about light pollution, which is great to see. And finally, to designate the few remaining dark areas that we have in the Maltese Islands as dark sky heritage areas. Now, all of these three things combined will lead to reduced light pollution, or so we hope. And this means that our seabird colonies will become safeguarded and reduce light-related mortality. Now, it's not just for seabirds. Reducing light pollution really benefits humans and other nature as well. So it's something to focus on instead of just relaying the message that it's all just for the birds. It's for every aspect of human society and the natural environment as well. And I'd like to thank, of course, Alexei Patch, Stephen Brinkat, Joseph Caruana, and Michael Noller for all their advice and support during the light pollution efforts that we put in during this project. They really were invaluable. But I'd like to take any questions that you may have, and thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, James. Yes, we do have one question coming from Stefan Opel, and he's asking whether the increased cases of strandings that we are having if it could be as a result of an increase in the bird populations that we're studying.
Yeah, so it could be one of the reasons, but we've recently just finished our Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and we found no apparent increase in the numbers of birds that are breeding. In fact, our long-term monitoring data suggests that some populations, especially the Scopoli shearwaters, have actually decreased. So regardless, ruling out population increases, the problem of light pollution is certainly contributing to the number of increased number of light-induced groundings received.
Thanks, James. Those were all the questions. Actually, okay. There's one more. If there is any establishment of new offshore wind farms and hydrocarbon exploration marine areas adjacent to core staging areas, if it's related to light pollution concern.
Okay.
I don't think so far it's been an issue, right?
No, certainly in Malta there's no offshore energy generation projects. I know the government have touted to have a floating solar panel farm as well as a wind farm, but as yet there's no such problem here in the Maltese Islands.
And we also have another question about permanently lighted colonies, whether we have studied the attendance of the colony in the case of ships. I'm not sure we understand your question.
Yes, okay. Unfortunately not. So the situation of that cave that we have is it's really the only cave that is big enough to accommodate the RFID system. It's quite an effort to carry down all that kit. We have a solar panel installed at the base of the cliff, for example, several car batteries down there. So it's something that's unfortunately restricted to that one area. We do have acoustic data as well, but we've not explored the effects that permanent light pollution is having on those colonies.
Okay, James, I think that's all for now. So we can move on to the next presentation. We're running a bit late, unfortunately, so some of the scheduled presentations, for example, from ERA, will be a bit later, at least half an hour later, from what I'm seeing. I think the next one in line is DILEC, about our joint work with Transport Malta regarding the maritime activity disturbance to breeding yellow shearwaters, and what the project has focused in terms of proposals that have been formulated as a result of the scientific work collected by the project. Dilek, you're there?
Yes, I'm here. Just setting the presentation.
Right.
All right, I think everyone can hear me. Okay, so unfortunately, Transport Malta team couldn't make it to this presentation today, but this action was led by Transport Malta, and I'm going to explain how we again approach to the disturbance from the boat operations. I mentioned at the beginning that boat-based tourism is quite popular in Malta, so that's why it's one of the issues with seabirds, because there is this overlap. Okay, so how bad is the disturbance? Let's start with what kind of mechanisms or impacts it is having on breeding seabirds. And in the case of our Yelkovan shearwater, but also other seabird species. And these birds are breeding deep in burrows on the cliff face and among boulders. And in most of the cases, of course, people, tourists, or whoever is using the site is mostly not aware that there are breeding seabirds in the site. And the chicks, especially when they are a few weeks old, they are being left alone in the nest. Also during incubation, adults staying in the nest. So this is causing, through the noise and through lights, a disturbance to these birds staying inside the nest. There's also another component. We have rafting areas of seabirds in Malta. So these are the areas where they congregate in the evening before they are visiting their nest site. So of course we don't know like what's the ratio of breeding adult birds versus non-breeding birds in these rafting areas, but we think that this is mostly impacting the breeding birds, and the rafting areas are also being impacted by if there is a consistent disturbance because of high boat traffic, etc., then this is also causing stress to them. So in Malta, where is this happening? This map is showing the colonies of Yelkovan shearwater, the green areas. Plus 2 bunkering sites where James mentioned a bit. These bunkering areas is a special type of maritime activity. It's not boat-based tourism, of course, but these bunkering sites are impacting the colonies through light pollution. Again, James explained it in very detail. Then we have also this gray area, which is seaboard extensions in Malta. Again, these are kind of like areas that they use for rafting, for example. This is just one of the examples. And of course, this whole area is being impacted by the boat-based tourism in Malta. And especially it is intense in the circled areas because we are having the main colonies here, but also high popular areas with high popularity because of tourism, especially like the small islets in between the main islands are one of the really popular areas, as well as for example, this coast is quite wild in comparison to other coastal sites in Malta, or the Gozo is the same. So tourists are really choosing these sites with boat-based tourism. So what's happening exactly? You're now looking at actually, or one of our breeding colonies of the Yelkovan shearwater, and there is this large boat trying to enter, and they are managing to enter these small caves. And of course, this is not quite reasonable, sensible, because like this means they cannot, of course, do maneuver inside. So they have to, like, it's also a real difficulty for the captains of these boats. And also, like in most of the caves, it is really small in Malta. So we think that there is not really a real reason to really visit the cave and to show it to the tourists. Of course, there was lack of awareness because, like as I mentioned, no one knows that there are breeding seabirds inside, for example, in these ledges. So therefore, this was a problem. And this is not happening only once a day, at least a few times by these big boats, and also in addition, many small boats. And the other type of disturbance is maybe they are not entering the caves or just passing very close to the coastal sides. They are passing a bit further than the cliffs, but this time these are usually high-speed boats creating a lot of noise. Although this is temporary again, but sudden and temporary, and we think that this is again causing stress on birds. Of course, this needs to be further quantified, but surely it's creating a difference in the noise level present in the area. Then the third type is, as we mentioned, bunkering. This is usually an impact happening at night, especially this is, again, a risky operation, the bunkering, and therefore they are keeping most of the lights on, the ship captains, and these are huge ships usually, and this is causing, especially when it's happening very close to the coast, as the bunkering areas in Malta, then this is creating a big difference in the light intensity of the cliff face. This is mostly impacting the adult birds, as James explained, changing their behavior, preventing them to come in and visit the nesting sites. But this is also, we think that it's impacting the young birds when they are leaving their nests. So I briefly mentioned that this is not happening only once a day. You can find this this scene. It's very common in Malta. So this is one of the, again, popular areas, and we see like several boats at the same time. And this is also risky for the site users as well. So there might be divers, there might be swimmers, but there are still speedboats, which is already not legal when there are divers or swimmers around. So this is not, again, only a small and temporary thing, especially in summer during the chick rearing and fledgling season. This is a quite intense disturbance. Now, what we have done following our threat assessment again, we met our project partner Transport Malta and their enforcement team, and we try to provide like of capacity development materials or trainings to them to mitigate the efforts to mitigate this disturbance. So here we are talking about like what kind of areas are sensitive in Malta, and the seabird biology, what kind of breeding behavior they have. So like it's very difficult to recognize them, etc., or know them that they are breeding inside the case. And then we were asking them to approach to the boats when they see that, for example, they are above the speed limit or a huge boat trying to enter to cave, and follow the guidelines that we provided basically to reduce the impact on seabirds. Then we also come up with these sites. I briefly again showed it in my first presentation. These sites are the high sensitivity areas because we have the main and mainly large colonies here, or because these are really popular during the tourism season. Even if you have a kind of moderate size of colony, the impact is really huge. And here actually one of these sites designated back in 2010, and there is already a notice to mariners, like an official communication to mariners is in place, and the Transport Malta enforcement team has been already enforcing this notice to mariners. And this is basically saying, once you are in this area, you cannot stop, you cannot have a boat party, because this is just in front of a seabird colony, and you can't also have excessive amount of lights in the area. And we are using this experience. We proposed many more sites and come up with a zoning, but this zoning is mostly achieved following several meetings with Transport Malta. This is not only proposed by BirdLife Malta. We wanted to make it as feasible as possible. Also, we wanted to find the compromises for boat operators as well, because we know that somehow this is going to impact their operations. Although again, it's not really, they are not really gaining too much from just entering a small cave. Even this is a challenge for them, as I mentioned. So the zoning is based on these discussions between Transport Malta and BirdLife Malta. And now we are having these zones. Either no one can stop there because this is a sensitive area. And then we have zones for no anchoring and no navigation, except for small fishing and diving vessels. These are creating much less disturbance than the other large boats. Also, in some areas, we are restricting the speed only, so to prevent this high noise coming from the speedy boats. Also, the lights for all areas, we are recommending them only using compulsory lights and sound. And of course, for these areas, both parties is not an option. And I mentioned again briefly, these are still in the process of discussion. Hopefully, by the end of the project, Transport Malta and, well, all the partners will be designating these areas and issuing this notice to mariners. And then, again, much more work is waiting for us to collaborate with boat operators to make their activities more sustainable. So when it comes to bunkering, we know that it is a big source of income in Malta, and the bunkering sites are designated in a way that, for example, the one very close to our colony is the one that we have the RFID system. is an area where ships are using only under a certain weather condition, and it doesn't have any alternative area. So really, this is the one and only area that can be used under certain weather conditions. So we understood during the project that, okay, it is not possible to remove this bunkering area completely to mitigate the disturbance happening in the area. But then with Transport Malta, we tried to find a solution. And then we said, okay, let's communicate with the ship captains and enforce the limits of the bunkering area at least, so then we won't have too much ships anchoring or bunkering closer to the colony, so then increasing the impact of light pollution. But of course, here on the maps, you can see this is coming from AIS data. Of course, unfortunately, it's not completely perfect. The limits of the bunkering area sometimes is not fully enforced. And for sure, like many factors are impacting this, weather conditions, the wind strength, etc., etc. But we still need to have stricter enforcements in this area, at least to stick to the bunkering zones. And one other thing is, of course, there is a possibility to communicate with ship captains, again, to follow some international regulations for the minimum light intensity recommended during these operations. And Transport Malta has already done this, actually, communicated to their vessel tracking team. And they have, so each bunkering captain has to communicate with this team before they're starting bunkering. And now, hopefully, Transport Malta will be informing about this minimum light requirements by the international regulations to the captains. So the results, briefly, as I mentioned, we are still in the process of issuing this notice to mariners, and we have a long way to go in Malta, because every year the number of boats increasing and the boat-based tourism is becoming more popular. And we have to collaborate and work with Transport Malta and boat operators, again, to come up with ideas of making the boat-based tourism more sustainable, and maybe using the value of seabirds in Malta, because they are everywhere, all around the Maltese cliffs, as an added value in their operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dilek. So we have some question for Dilek and Transport Malta. What would be the economic cost of limiting bunkering to daytime hours to reduce the light pollution in front of the shearwater colony? I think we have explored this, right?
Not from the economical perspective, but as I mentioned, like I guess it will be really ideal if Transport Malta can reply to this, but I can't see Captain Fritz present here. So if Captain Fritz is present here, maybe he can also intervene. But from, like, as I mentioned, this site is especially used under certain weather conditions. So of course, it might be possible to limit the activities to daytime, but this means we need to come up with a lot of regulations to change this, and arrival time of the boats. I'm not sure how, I don't think I know the whole mechanism behind that, like how is it working really. So for example, arrival time can probably change depending on many factors. So probably it's a bit challenging, but I also see it as why not? It seems possible, but probably economically it will impact Transport Malta a lot, or Malta in general. But I guess Captain Fritz is not here, unfortunately.
I think those were all the questions so far. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next presentation if we have our colleagues from the Environment and Resources Authority ready.
Yes, yes.
Okay, who do we have?
It's Darren Nicholas.
Hi, Darren. All right. So we have Darren Stevens, Deputy Director at ERA. I'll leave the floor to you, Darren.
Okay, Mela, let me share the screen. Share. Okay. Sorry, Virginia. Mela, first of all, good morning or good afternoon at this point. Now, if in our case, ERA per se, the Environment and Resources Authority was not a partner of the project per se. Nevertheless, as you are probably aware, we do work a lot on environmental conservation and management, also in relation to seabirds and site management. In this respect, vis-a-vis the Yelko and Shearwater, Pufinus Yelko, and our main work is linked with the management of Natura 2000 sites and issues related to good environmental status, particularly vis-a-vis selected water directives, including the Water Framework Directive and the Marine Strategy and Framework Directive. In relation to the nature directives, which include both the Birds Directive and the Habitats Directive, we have designated a number of Natura 2000 sites, where in the case of Pufinus Yelko would include a number of SPAs throughout the island. In the maps you're seeing essentially the network of marine protected areas, which also includes coastal areas, which address the species. You can also note that essentially most of the coastal areas of the Maltese archipelago are essentially protected under the Environment Protection Act, and therefore the protection, particularly in the case of breeding areas, is addressed by the Act through various protection regimes. These protection levels, mainly addressed to the Habitats and Birds Directive, address native bird populations and their status, which we do also report. In terms of marine protected areas, a number of marine protected areas have been declared also in relation to breeding and feeding grounds for Pufinus Yelko, but also for other species, which would include, for instance, the bottlenose dolphin, Tursiops truncatus, the loggerhead turtle, Caretta caretta, but also other seabirds like Calometris diomedea and Hydrobates pelagicus melitensis. One of the obligations that Malta as a member state of the European Union has is to carry out a report to assess the bird population status for each species. In relation to Pufinus Yelko, this exercise was done by the World Wild Birds Regulation Unit, at that time under the Ministry for the Environment, which addressed these parameters, which I'm sure you've discussed in some different instances earlier today. But essentially, these include a short-term trend, which is marked as increasing. I'll be discussing this later in relation to the results vis-a-vis the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, because this increase may be misleading. There is a long-term trend which appears to be stable. In this case, long-term trend for the purposes of the reporting under the Birds Directive is since 1980. And then again, in terms of distribution and long-term trend in distribution, both are stable. When it goes to the Marine Strategy Framework Directive and the related national law, which is cited there, subsidiary legislation 549.62, we need to assess multiple issues. As you can appreciate, this is addressed mostly through an ecosystem-based approach, and consequently, the directive and Maltese law stipulates the different descriptors, how they're called in law, which also include biodiversity per se, which includes specifically seabirds as a target group, non-indigenous species or alien species, but also other issues which would affect definitely the distribution of biodiversity, including seabirds. This process is done through an assessment process, which is carried out every 6 years. There's an initial assessment and the determination of good environmental status and the related environmental targets. These have been published this year following public consultation. The Life Archipelago Garnia project and BirdLife Malta were amply involved in the process and have contributed grossly to the sections related to seabirds. There's also the monitoring programs which have been adopted and are in place, but which are being updated at the moment, and the programs of measures which are due for update next year. All these updates will take into consideration the results of this project, and as will be specified later, also in relation to the management of marine protected areas mentioned earlier. These assessments for seabirds address the issues marked and as highlighted in yellow. What is referred as a primary criterion are those issues which are most related to seabirds' good ecological environmental status, which includes incidental bycatch and the mortality caused by this, and the population abundance of the species. The others, which are marked secondary, are not obligatory, but nonetheless, they are still being addressed by Malta, as will be shown later, and as I'm sure you've seen earlier in the presentations by the different parties attending to this conference today. These include the demographic characteristics, the distribution range of the species, and the habitats necessary to maintain the population in all the cycles of its life. The studies and the knowledge were assessed mostly through different parameters. Again, in this case, many data was also employed thanks to BirdLife and their assistance and all the partners of the Life Archipelago Garnia, and this led to the subsequent results. In bycatch, the data assessed at the moment shows that there is no direct impact or significant impact in resulting from bycatch on seabirds. The studies were done by the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture and are based on the logbook processes and onboard observations that are addressed as part of the Common Fisheries Policy of the EU. In relation to population abundances, based on the results of Life Garnia and Life Archipelago Garnia, the population of breeding pairs in Malta is estimated to be within the range indicated, that is 1,700 to about 2,006, which contrasts, or rather is within the low range, that is, the low range is within the breeding pairs estimated in the 2013 initial assessment done by ERA, or in that case 2013, our predecessor, which was the Malta Environment and Planning Authority. In this case, as I mentioned, whilst for the Article 12 report under the Birds Directive, there was the trend that this is increasing. In this case, the increase may essentially be due to an increase in knowledge and an increased monitoring effort. Also because, as mentioned in the earlier slides, different and modern technologies were used, and in this case, targeted also with EU funding by BirdLife. At the same time, following also the success of Life Garnia and continued through Life Archipelago Garnia and as seen in earlier discussions today, rodent control, particularly in relation to rats, was carried out, and which has seen some marked improvements in relation to success rates during nesting of birds. Consequently, rather than increasing, in this case, it was deemed preferable, based on the precautionary approach, to consider the population of the species as currently stable. On the other hand, in terms of demographic characteristics, we have noticed that this is between 0.7 and 1, so essentially it's lower than the regional target, which again emphasizes the need for further conservation actions targeting the species. In terms of distribution in range, again, this is the map produced in relation to the assessment under the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is based also on the results of Life Garnia and Life Archipelago Garnia and other studies, where we can see that essentially there are new breeding sites in relation to Yerkowatch water. There again, the new breeding sites might not be necessarily an increase, but increased knowledge. At the same time, we cannot also exclude the possibility that the reduction of rats has affected positively the breeding of these species and its extension. How does this assessment work? Now, this assessment is part of a complex structure. As you can see, there are measurements, indicators, and criteria. So we start with these issues leading to a species A, which for instance in this case would be Puffinus. Then we address it at species group so as to determine the best approach in relation to GS and assessments. Admittedly, this has been done now at state level and is now being discussed at regional and union level. In relation to Malta, the results for Puffinus yelkovan, you're seeing here the list for the 3 seabirds. For Puffinus yelkovan, based on the studies and expert judgment, the issues seem to be stable and good. There again, there needs to be better processes and more monitoring and conservation measures. And to this effect, these are the updated targets that were developed and published after public consultation last March, where they indicate that we need to address different parameters. Some of these issues were also discussed repeatedly earlier today in the different presentations, but essentially we need to have a declining trend in incidentally caught specimens, and at the same time there should be a reduction in the proportion of breeding seabird population affected by light, red, noise, or other anthropogenic influences.
Darren, can we increase the size of the screen?
Time is up, Nicolas, because I did not understand.
Sorry, can we enlarge the screen? Because we're seeing the next slide at the moment.
Sorry, Mela.
Thanks.
I cannot enlarge the screen more, sorry.
Okay.
What is the problem? You're not seeing the last slide?
We're seeing the next slide rather than a full screen.
I don't know exactly why, because here I have the full screen.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay, don't worry, Darren. Go ahead.
No, wait, because now it's stuck. Okay. From our end at this point, the program of measures also includes seabirds, but the major development that is coming up this year is issues related to the management of marine protected areas. Shortly, as a matter of months, we will be issuing for public consultation the conservation objectives and conservation measures for marine protected areas in Malta, which, as I've indicated earlier, also include the sites for seabirds, including Puffinus yelkovan, both on land and at sea. These measures will address different aspects which have been raised, including issues linked with light and noise pollution. Sorry, apologies. I'm trying to see why you're seeing it as presenter mode. In terms of conservation orders and conservation measures, these will be issued shortly, and ERA will most likely result also to legislation in terms of species protection notices and conservation orders. These are legal tools which ERA has under its availability in terms of the Environment Protection Act, which would either restrict or give directions, legal directions on how issues can be entertained. The threats and issues to be followed are mostly linked with those aspects which are disturbance, noise, light, littering, but also issues on bycatch, on which we will be monitoring further, and rat predation. We're emphasizing rat predation, but in actual fact, the measures will also address other invasive alien species. These management pressures are mostly those linked with marine, but there are also those linked with terrestrial aspects. Also noting that earlier in the presentations, there were discussions on the need to remove selected alien species, which are also acting as food plants for rodents. Opuntia species were mentioned earlier. Some work on Opuntia removal has already been carried out. Other works are being carried out and planned within Natura 2000 sites. we'll also plan a series of awareness and education campaigns, and the upcoming program of measures and conservation measures will definitely consider the actions that are being proposed to the Life Archipelago Guarnia, including the proposed action plan that is being proposed for Pufinus Jelkovan. We have just received the action plan from BirdLife, which we are already looking into to try and address this during the adoption process. We look forward in that respect for more positive and constructive comments from BirdLife and everyone in relation to these measures, and both in terms of the program of measures and the conservation measures and objectives in relation to the nature and marine directives. Just as a side note, in our case in Malta, we're streamlining these interventions, so essentially the measures are planned to be synergistic. That's all from my end. I suspect you're seeing everything in presenter mode because I'm sharing a screen. So most probably that is the reason, Nicholas. Apologies for this. I don't know if there are any questions. I lost Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. No, we don't have any particular questions. What I wanted to comment is that in line, I think, with the conservation measures that are being proposed in terms of Jelkovan Shearwater, I think we are still also, ERA has the intention of designating some sites that were also found to have Jelkovan Shearwaters in recent years. So there were some proposals from our side as well. So we're hoping to see that, of course, being stepped up in terms of protection.
If I have to answer to that, I can tell you that yes, we do have proposals from BirdLife Malta to add 2 SPAs to the network. The 2 sites that are proposed are already within the network and designated as special areas of conservation under the Habitats Directive, and BirdLife is proposing their inclusion under the Birds Directive. The assessment is being done at the moment and will be presented to the Ministry for their consideration as soon as possible. Keeping in mind that Natura 2000 designation is not done by ERA itself, but by the Ministry for the Environment.
It's very encouraging to hear. Don't have any questions. Thank you, Darren. And thank you, ERA, for your intervention. So I think we can move to the concluding remarks about this session. So we've seen that basically seabirds in the Mediterranean are facing several different challenges. And of course, besides the local conservation work, there is a need for effective and transboundary collaboration, which is key to their conservation. I mean, it's useless that we have just this project in isolation, looking at Jelkovan Shearwater on land, when we know that these birds spend a considerable amount of time at sea and also outside our territorial waters. And in fact, this is the subject of hopefully our next LIFE project, where we will be looking into international collaboration regarding this species and another species, and the need to also extend the protection elsewhere. Unfortunately, we have the challenges, of course, of being a bird that knows no boundaries, so we have some of its territory which is within the EU and some of its territory which is outside the EU. So we still have to look into that. At the moment, we know, of course, that through the previous LIFE project, we also have the marine SPAs, which are also designated, and that's good, but we also need to see them being managed in the coming future. And we are aware that ERA is in the process of preparing these management plans. This project has definitely obtained the baseline data throughout the Maltese Islands, which we have seen also that have been used to report on the status of the species. And definitely we need to continue monitoring it in the coming future. And what we can definitely say is that we have been able to achieve an increase in the breeding success of Jelkovan Shearwaters, at least in those colonies where we have focused our work. Of course, there are other colonies which, as we have heard, are not very much accessible. There are some of them which are very much impacted by light pollution and also rat predation. And obviously, if the resources permit in the future, it could be possible to also be able to focus our work there. As part of this project, one of the things we have also done, and probably we didn't mention it a lot today, but one of the things that we have tried to do is also try and see whether we could achieve Comino as a rat-free island. However, with the current management that's in place, something like this is impossible to achieve at the moment. But also thanks to our experts, and Karen was with us earlier on, at least we know what is the formula. We have been doing this work now for enough years to know what works and what not. And for Comino, we definitely now know what should be in place in order to secure this island. And of course, if we manage to achieve a rat-free island, such as the case is with Filfla, then the need for interventions and the need to use different methods, including bait, poison, and all these things would not be needed, because then you have a secure island. What has come out of this project is definitely we were able and we had the resources to test several different methods and technologies for monitoring of breeding colonies, and I hope that we will see also more work published on this result, because we need to share these results with the wider community, and definitely Malta is becoming the center point for communicating and also showcasing the valuable work that has been done over the years. We've seen also in particular the issue of light pollution, which this project has enabled us to look into more thoroughly than ever. And I think there is still room, and we've discussed this internally a few times, on the need to have even more projects looking into this issue. At the moment, we were very happy to see that just a couple of weeks ago, ERA has launched a public consultation process, where there is also an ongoing public consultation at the moment on the need to have guidelines and a policy addressing light pollution, in particular coastal light pollution. And we are very happy that in the past years we have seen actually seabirds becoming more prominent and becoming a factor of decision making when it comes to certain planning applications. And definitely the role of ERA in this has to be recognized. ERA has now a more consultative role than the previous Malta Environment and Planning Authority, where we had the Planning Authority and the Environment Authority in one body. Nowadays, they are separate, and they have the opportunity to probably make their opinion stronger on certain items. But it has been quite encouraging to see light pollution featuring in a lot of applications, environment impact assessments, and also this is thanks obviously to the awareness raised by this project. It has been interesting also to see how there is a big misconception on the use of new technology, such as LED lighting, which if we see that they are at the wrong color temperature, they may actually increase light pollution vis-a-vis the old sodium lights, which we were used to. So definitely we need to continue the message across, transmitting the message across about the importance of using correct lighting scheme. It's not simply using LED because it consumes less power, but it has to be the right configuration and the right orientation as well. And again, touching back on what Karen has mentioned in particular, that this project has continued the legacy of rat control at seabird colonies, particularly Irdum tal-Madonna, which has, thanks to consecutive life projects, which we have been able to secure with the support of our partners, has undergone over 14 years of rat control work, and it's only thanks to that work that we can now continue to report the success of the Alpine Shearwater colony there. And we're happy to see that this is providing crucial and replicable data for any seabird management strategies across the Mediterranean. And in fact, we're also helping our partners in Croatia, which I'm happy to see that they've also been following us today. And nonetheless, we've seen also through the last presentation that the project has provided very valuable data on the national reporting mechanism. Mechanisms that are required from entities like the Environment Resources Authority and the Wildbirds Regulation Unit in terms of reporting to the EU vis-a-vis these directives that we have on the status of our seabirds. And definitely there is a need to continue to monitor progress on this species. So without doubt, we need a seabird team here to continue the valuable work that has been done over the past years in order to continue keeping in check our seabird colonies, and also make sure that with the little less sign that we have that these populations are going on the decline, definitely we need to act and have projects and life funding that can support this work in the future. And it's also interesting to see that unfortunately it seems that our Scopolis shearwaters are undergoing a decline, which definitely we need to look into in the coming years. I think I can pass the floor to Dilek. She has some announcements for tomorrow. Dilek?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Thanks for summarizing the day. So thank you everyone for following the event and for your interaction, for your questions. I hope it was useful for everyone. It gave a good picture of what we have done with the Life Archipelago Garnier project. Now I'm going to make some announcements about tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have 2 different workshops. I'm going to actually share my screen to show. So on our website, there will be an opening banner. Actually, if you click on it, you can see the program for tomorrow as well, and also the links to access to Zoom meetings for tomorrow. So these workshops will be about light pollution and monitoring seabird colonies, in particularly Yalkovan shearwater. And these are mostly targeting scientists, conservationists, site managers, or anyone who is interested in seabird conservation. And we are aiming to come up with 2 outcomes from these 2 workshops. And with the light pollution, we are aiming to come up with a roadmap, again following our discussions with several other scientists as well, joining and working on light pollution. And then regarding the colony workshop, we are again trying to draft a kind of colony monitoring protocol for the Yalkovan shearwater in the Mediterranean, because as we mentioned today, the IUCN conservation status of the species has been under discussion, and we would like to, for the coming 5 years, we would like to set the ground for better monitoring and obtaining comparable data from different colonies. So your input is highly welcome to these 2 workshops. And if you are interested, please go to our website to access to the Zoom links, and don't forget to register on Zoom for these workshops. Hopefully see some of you tomorrow. And thank you very much again for your time and interest. I'm closing the event here. Thank you very much.